Just showing a little something on how easy it is to make jewelry and take like a half ounce of gold and triple your investment with a little bit right tools and a little bit of time and with a little bit of knowledge. Yes. Can you hear me, by the way, art collector? Hey, what's up, Tom? Just doing a little show here of how easy it is to make a simple piece of jewelry that you could take and not even with crystallized onyx, just if you have like, I don't know, he's using right now probably less than a half ounce, probably between a third and half ounce of gold to make this piece of jewelry that he's making. And it just showed right there. He just rolled out something and made that design right there. It was like so simple. What's up, hi? It was just a simple design, and if you look at what he's doing, everything is really, it's not that complex of a operation. It has nothing to do with the crystallized osmium whatsoever. It's just taking your gold or your silver, what little bit you have, and just doing simple things like what he's doing. And it really is simple. If you watch from the beginning of this, it's simple to do what he's doing. He just tripled the value of his gold by taking a little bit of time, a little bit of gas, and the right equipment. What's up, Homestead? That right there is the biggest part of the equipment, that bender. And you just see how easy he's handcrafting a piece of jewelry. I mean, someone could learn how to do this as a hobby in their spare time and actually make decent money at it. And if the piece doesn't sell, you can always melt it down and make something else and continue to learn. I don't know. I find it very fascinating. And right now, that's his welding process and how he's welding it down. Sometimes they use gold leaf, sometimes silver leaf. Melt it down to adhere it to its partner metal, whatever they're using. And it's one of the most simplistic ring designs I've ever seen made. But it's going to be beautiful when he's done, and he's going to fetch a decent price for it compared to the amount of physical gold that he's using to make it. And the craftsmanship really is pretty nice when it's finished too. And those are see, that's the thing. Those are the leftover pieces. You can remelt them down and redo it all over again. Just the smallest amount of gold. A piece that size is what he's already used. What's that, like 10 grams maybe? About 7 grams worth of gold to make that part of the ring he's already made. And now probably another 7, and watch what he does. And it shows the simplicity. Anyone, literally anyone with the right equipment can do this, and it's not taking much equipment. And looky there, boom. Pre-soldering on the silver. Set the piece up. Reignite the silver, melt the silver solder. Boom. You got yourself a freaking ring. Yeah, well, I mean, again, it really doesn't matter because you can melt it down if you screw up. It's not really a screw up, because you can always melt it down. And with that little wire he has in his hand right there, he made that whole ring. Now he's just adding accents. Like I said, maybe 15, 18 grams of gold is used in making this ring. Of course, he's going to polish and shine it and whatnot. It's going to look beautiful. But comparatively, the amount of gold that he used price-wise to what that ring will be worth when he's finished, maybe, that little tool he has in his hand, you could use a screwdriver if you came down to it. There's kind of cutters. There's really no specialty tools other than the metal flatness. So it doesn't seem like it's an expensive thing to get into. I'm going to speed it up towards the end so we can get towards chatting here. Because basically that's all he's doing. Putting some nice little embellishment on it. And he throws in a little round piece, fill in the hole. And right here, what he's doing is he's taking a cutting wheel just to give a certain cut to this S to make it look real sweet. And basically, that's the finished product right there. Or about, at the most, 18 grams of gold, and he made that. 18 grams of gold, you're looking at maybe $1,500, $1,400, $1,300, somewhere around there. That's like probably a 22 karat gold ring. He could probably get 3,800 with. But anyhow, enough about that stuff. Let's get back to the real program here. Does anyone want to hop up on stage? Yeah, no, it looked great. It looked very good, and it's just, it seems. I have no clue on that one. What's up, Throttle? Yeah, it was a gorgeous piece. I got some more. The equipment. I all my life I've been in the trades, so I've always had to buy expensive tools for my trade, and I always have to keep rebuying them. And the tools I've seen these people use, it looks like there's maybe only one real expensive tool, which is that metal wheel that kind of squishes the metal down and stretches it for you. Other than that, it all seems real simple and cheap. And the finished product, as Thrall said, is gorgeous. And so it's another way that you can prosper off of your metals investment, in my opinion, is turn it into jewelry. And you learn a skill. And if that ring doesn't sell, you can melt it down. It's still gold. So there's no loss. There's only possible gain to be had. Actually gain, because you'll learn how to make jewelry. And eventually you won't screw up the piece, and you'll make a real good piece, and it'll sell, and you'll double or triple your money on the gold that you have, the actual cash you have into it. I just see it as a win-win scenario, for the small guy to make some extra cash off of his investment, basically. And I don't see no harm, no foul on that. I actually have got a couple people that are going to, I'm actually sending some osmium to a guy so he can make some jewelry with it. I'm going to see about getting some sort of a jewelry line thing going. See how it works. Hopefully it'll work out. You never know. Let's try. JM. That's right, buddy. That's to keep all the trolls out. Actually, I got a real special guest probably going to be, Ian is probably going to be dropping in. No, Tom, no, it's not. What it is it's the flat side of the crystal osmium itself. One side of it's crystalline formed, but when they formed it, it had to be on a surface So one side of it grew the crystals. The other side is the starting of the growing of the crystals and the starting of the formation that keeps it all together. They're all like tied together through that flat surface, which is actually crystallized osmium. It's just the not shiny part. Yeah, it looks stainless. Like I said, Ian will be on, and he'll be able to explain. Probably no different, but well, yeah, different probably, but yeah, no, it's not. I don't think it's at all a stainless. It's the actual crystal itself. But when it goes in the process of making it, they put it in a gaseous. They get it to a gaseous form, and then the crystals grow from that gaseous form. But they have to be just like beeswax. It has to. Hey, what's up, Tully? It has to be on a surface, so it's still the crystallized osmium. It's just the flat part of the surface of it that didn't grow the crystal. That's my understanding. Let's see here. I got Dag Nibbity Nabbit. Where is it at? I got a little something else here. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'm not totally prepared. This is in German. Once I get to share screen, hold on a second. It takes a little bit to push all these buttons. All right. This is the German commercial. We'll let you hear it in German, so that way you might pick up some German. So that's the smaller version of the crystallized form of it right there. See the crystals come up from the flat surface. The flat surface is the other side. From my understanding. That'd be a good thing to ask Ian, William. And how's it going, by the way? And OC, how's it going? And actually, hold on a second here. I need to find that spot. This piece right here, I think Ian actually has one of these actual pieces. They made 500 of them with the osmium in the center. This is like a gold, I think 1 ounce gold piece with some crystallized osmium in it, of course, with the artwork done around it. I believe Ian has one of the 500 that was made of that. Don't quote me on it though, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. What's up, Random? Sorry, I was on another screen, didn't see you come in. So, what do y'all want to discuss this evening? You want to talk more jewelry or was ist los? You know, I'd have to do more research. William asked a good question. I'd have to do more research to see. They are using crystals for some sort of like information storage or something like that. I'm not 100% sure of. So the possibility of that happening is not impossible. I cannot say because I have not done research into it, but I do know they do use crystals for either, I'm pretty sure they use it for data storage, but they also are looking at data transmission through laser, I believe it is, going from crystal to crystal, exchanging that. But I'm not sure how far along that technology is going to make it, if it's viable for crystallized osmium to be used as that William. I hope that somewhat answers your question. It's in Alabama, Tom. I asked my computer to show me beautiful places in Alabama, and I think it's around the Huntsville area, actually, the northern eastern part where I want to buy. Northern central, northern eastern, around Huntsville area. It could be actually even west of Huntsville, but my brain always goes to the east of Huntsville. Hey, Jake's here. What's up? Yeah, I mean, that's Alabama, man. It's also Alabama is known as the gold capital of America east of the Mississippi. So if you don't go west of the Mississippi, the place to look for gold at the greatest success is Alabama. Northern Alabama. Tennessee's part of it, but more the Alabama part of those hills because they're the lowest part of the Appalachian Mountains, which during the creation of America, when we had 13 colonies, I forgot the name that they gave it. It was a gold-rich area all along the Appalachian Mountains. It was a area they called it some sort of a name. And the area I'm looking to buy is at the southern part of that. And since none of that's been mined since 1849, since the big gold discovery in California, where everyone dumped their shovels and went out west, there's a lot of gold still there. A lot. So that's and it's beautiful country, and it's kind of desolate. It's 49th lowest in property tax. A lot of good things. A lot of good things about it. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. Uh-oh, you got Tully's interest, Tom. She wants to know where those falls are. I believe she's in that area of the country. We're always doing awesome. Does anyone here we go. I think that's that. I got it. Yep. I didn't say you were. I said from that area of the country, the Northeast. That's like 13 states. If I'm wrong, please do correct. I thought you were from the Northeast part of America. I don't know exactly what state you're in. If you've told me, I don't recall. Hold on, what have you not seen me talk about? What are you talking about there, William? Wow, I'm missing so much of these conversations. Some host I am, huh? I did see an article today that there used to be more than 5 lakes up in the Great Lakes area at one point in time in the history of America. I didn't watch the thing, though. Yep, that would be the Appalachians. Is that correct, OC? You guys are like going over my head with all this GSR talk. I'm not a big into that type of stuff. What's
Hey,
up?
Neil. Good to see you.
I do know that Silver is probably going to go crazy during this live stream. Let me check, see what Kitco's saying right now. Wasn't Sal saying something about that?
So, William, what Bix Weir's talking about there is he believes that in the Grand Canyon, especially, and in other areas, there's just such vast amounts of unreported gold that it could totally swamp the market. And
I I
well, I
can't
think
I can say something about the economics of why they would stop us from finding that gold, because the same reason in 1855 they stopped the California gold rush. There was too much gold entering into the system and not enough dollars to cover it, and it was going to crush our economy or crash our economy. So they stopped the gold rush and federalized all the land so that the gold would stop entering into our economy. So there is a feasibility to that statement of there being gold down
I guess anything's possible. I find it a, a massive stretch to believe that you could get 10 ounces of gold for 1 ounce of silver.
there. Yeah, yeah.
It's a
Well,
massive stretch.
yeah, yeah. Nothing's impossible. Uh, a lot of things, a lot of knowledge has been kept from us. So I cannot discount anything because I have access to hardly any of that kept knowledge. It all depends. Again, another pathway that I see right off the bat, just being told this, is for instance, the country of India, due to their religious practices, people have been donating gold trinkets for hundreds of years that are in certain vaults. That India's government just determined three, actually, there's, I think, 7 vaults. 3 of them went to court. One of the vaults was determined by the Indian court system to belong to the Hindu religion, their religious caste over there, and not to be used by the government. So when they opened up that vault, they discovered somewhere around a trillion, like 700 million or 700 billion in gold trinkets, but it all belonged to the Hindu religion, not to be used by the government. And there was 2 other vaults that they were allowed to open that the government had already determined belonged to the Indian government. And they, according to the registries that have been kept over the hundreds of years of deposits put in those vaults, there's close to there's well in excess of 2 trillion in gold just in those 2 vaults, and it belongs to the Indian government. And that goes to my statement that Indian government is looking to be a reserve currency, for which I also did a show on, and IMF is pretty much green lighting them becoming that. So they're going to have a gold backed reserve currency in their part of the world within the next 3 to 5 years. And it's going to be Indian currency backed by gold. So the fact that governments keep gold from the people for hundreds of years is not done. Indian government's proven that. And it actually can change the world if governments had enough foresight to do that. So seeing how the American government stopped the gold rush in 1855 so it wouldn't flood us with gold, I could see a pathway for that happening, so I couldn't discount it. And seeing how they've made all the area off limits, the sky's the limit with as far as theories go to why they've made that area off limits. So that's another reason not to discount that. Yes, William, you're 100% correct. I just didn't want to use the word thousands because people would probably thought I was crazy. And let's just put it this way. The gold that they're finding in those vaults is worth more in the, hey, what's up, Independent? Is worth more in the form it is for archaeological and historical reasons than it is in its gold value for weight. I'll say that. So their intrinsic value is worth more than the actual gold value that they give. Another reason to make that India wants to be a reserve currency. What's up, Seth? So I just gave a couple of good reasons that could actually be true. Not saying it is or is not. I don't want anyone to believe or disbelieve any of the circumstances until the facts come out. But facts do lead us to speculate because they're holding back facts from us by, like making areas in the Grand Canyon, southern part of the Grand Canyon, inaccessible to us, even from visual aspects. We can't take pictures or anything. So something's definitely going on down there. What? Who knows? It's off limits. And therefore, the ultimate speculation begins. So none of it can be discounted. But what you could look at it, you could look at it as why would the government make that part of the land inaccessible to the average citizen? What defense strategy would what reason would they have? What and then whatever. What's up, Silver Boys Boost? And whatever conclusion you come up with, work off that theory, and you could come to a better perspective of why they closed it down. I've heard some remarkable stories myself on that end. But I agree with you, JM. It's until we know, we don't know. So it's all just speculation. The only fact is they don't let us know. So
Yeah, and I also believe there's got to be massive amounts of gold at the bottom of the ocean, from ships that have sunk.
oh my goodness gracious.
Like there's all sorts.
I would love to suggest, as a matter of fact, it's my show, so I'm going to suggest it. I think it's on YouTube, actually. It's the wreck, I believe it's called The Wreck of the, was it Undeniable or something like that? Or The Wreck of the Unthinkable or Unbelievable or something like that. They discovered a wreck in the deeper part of the Mediterranean on a general trade route from Alexandria to Rome. And it was loaded with golden artifacts. They actually have already recovered, and it's in display in a museum in Italy right now, like a 13-foot tall Medusa done in gold and everything. The amount of wealth just on that one boat could probably fund a nation for years. Incredible story if you watch it too. They were about giving up on it because they didn't want to check the deeper parts of the trench part of the Mediterranean because the expense of getting it. And then one diver took his equipment over there and it pinged off the charts, and they were like, sorry, we got to look now. So they spent the money and they found a whole shipwreck of Alexander the Great's treasures after he died, or after the queen, what her name is, died. They plundered it and took all the biggest gold pieces, put it on one boat, and that boat sank. So I'm sure that's happened look at the Carthaginian Empire. If you know about history in the Carthaginian Empire, its greatness before Rome came around, it was basically a pirate nation. That it took only the coastline, the first 20 to 30 miles of all the coastline of the southern and eastern part of the Mediterranean. It didn't go in any further than that as far as a empire. It was basically a ship-borne or water-borne empire. So all of their trade and everything was done on the water. So all the boats, and you can't go down there right now because most of it's Islamic controlled, and they're very picky about going in their waters. They think you're spying on you. So no archaeology has been able to be done down there in my lifetime. But there's a lot of stuff down there undiscovered because of that. What's up, Space Miner? I mean, just look at Egypt. They were the only reason they discovered they just discovered, what was it, the lighthouse, Alexandrian lighthouse, the remains of it. The only reason they discovered that and other artifacts is because they wanted to expand their port, and their government didn't give anyone any permission to dive out in the bay because they didn't want to find anything that would cause them to stop expanding their city. So when they gave permission to do pre-dive research on where they were going to expand their dock system to, so they could increase their economy, they came across all these ancient artifacts, and they had to stop with their port expansion and the growth of their economy for this artifacts in the water. So you can see where they hate finding stuff like that in the water. It prevents them from growing their economy. If people don't know why we don't make more discoveries over in that part of the world, I just pretty much explained it to you. There's no money in finding artifacts for the countries you find artifacts in, so they don't want you to find them until they build over them.
Well, and you know what? It reminds me of what a lot of the old school stackers used to say all the time, when you're stacking metals, especially if it's a lot of it, don't tell anybody, because if nobody knows about it, nobody can.
You're not stacking.
You're not
Yeah.
target. And
You're not stacking, exactly.
It makes sense too that nations would squirrel it away and not report it. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a lot beyond the central banks and central bankers that have it squirreled away, and they're not telling nobody.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Again, go through history. Right off the bat, you saying that just brought up the Confederate nation to me. And yes, it was its own nation at one point in time, and they had their own gold. Most of it was European gold backed by England, I believe it was. And they sent a lot of gold. And then I thought of Jesse James and his whole outfit and how they deposited different stashes of gold throughout the South and Southwest for a time for them to regather and form as a nation to get that gold all together and whatnot. But throughout time, people are finding these stashes of gold just from that one incident in history, and that's just one incident. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the possibility of it of stashes of gold being is I would go as far as to say probably whatever you know about whatever is being reported, there's probably at least 40% of that amount in unreported locations. Because the whole part of having gold is well, you can transact with other people in large amounts and there's no paperwork. Here's 1,000 ounces of gold for that, Titanic sized ship or whatever, however they trade it. All you gotta do is change ownership. There's nothing. It's a store of wealth. I'm interested in what Argentina's going to be doing because Milei just mentioned, I'm surprised he didn't get shot actually, because he mentioned about dissolving Argentina's central bank. I'm real interested in how that process works out. Because what's the use of the central bank having all that gold if it gets dissolved, and who owns the gold if the central bank gets dissolved? What's up, Daryl? Appreciate you stopping by, brother.
I know, Neil, sometimes you don't like discussing too far down the rabbit holes, but I thought it would be timely to ask you what your thoughts are with what's going on with Iran right now and how that might affect.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you. Nothing's going to come of it. Iran's attack was a tribute attack to save face. They do not want to escalate the war any more than anyone else does. Right now, for some reason, and rightfully so, Israel is pissed because of the way their people were taken and still to this day being held hostage. And not one person has reported or said Hamas is a bad group or an organization for making bunkers, war bunkers, underneath high schools and elementary schools and hospitals and UN bunkers. And I mean, all these illegal things and war crimes stuff that Hamas has done. Not one person has talked about it. They just keep jumping on Israel. So I could see where they'd be pissed and want to keep going because their hostages are still being held hostage. No one's saying, hey, why don't you release the hostages and see if this thing ends? They're just talking escalation, escalation, escalation. So, whichever, that's why I say perception's reality. Well, these people on the news are not perceiving a reality that allows it to go to a peaceful solution. And Iran does not want to go to war. They just want to save face. And that's why that tribute attack went through. They could have done a lot worse. What's up, bearded psycho Billy? They could have done a lot worse as far as attacks go. But they didn't. They used, as they said, their slowest drones, so Israel could have easily prepared. So it was just a tribute attack. But now something may come of a peace talks. Maybe the world will say, hey, maybe we ought to scold Hamas and tell them to release the hostages and destroy all of the bunkers that are at least underneath the preschools. Because at least keep your Palestinian children safe and quit using them as human shields, which I believe is against the UN, is a crime, a war crime, according to the UN, and the UN's not crying about it, so there's always two sides to every coin of this stuff. Everyone hops on a bandwagon, you forget where you started. Yeah, has anyone said, Oh, Hamas, could you please take away your war bunkers underneath my child's elementary school so he doesn't get bombed trying to get to you? You know you're committing war crimes by doing that. I haven't heard one news organization state that or condemn the Palestinian people for voting Hamas government in and then voting to allow that to happen. So who should get punished? The people that voted for it. Obviously, we're getting punished here in America financially for things we voted for. You know, we're getting higher prices. We're getting soon to be hyperinflation, all because we supposedly voted for things, you know? So we're suffering the price for it. Apparently, they voted for Hamas as a government, which means all of their people loved the fact that they were building bunkers underneath their preschools, committing war crimes in the process. And their whole government and the people that voted for them supposedly are therefore as responsible, just like Americans are responsible for our economy. Well, actually, it's the UN. We tried pulling out of the UN, but that didn't work. The UN's the one who's backed all that stuff. The money will show that if you follow the money. We voted for Biden. Didn't you know about that? Yeah, that's what we voted for Biden, bro.
We're not deceased.
Well, you know, apparently there's more of them than there is of us that didn't vote for him. That's all I'm saying, you know.
Most popular president of time.
You know, I'm almost positive. And the funny part or the whatever is I'm sure the Palestinian people did not vote the Hamas government in, just the same as we did not vote our current government in. It's a fad thing going around the world. Once you learn how to fleece the people, every government uses that trick kind of thing.
Installations.
So I'm sure the Palestinians did not vote the Hamas government in, just like we did not vote our democratically controlled government in. But they won anyhow. And that's how right now things work. We need to change that, obviously.
Well, and I'd be more interested in voting for the people being able to vote on the policies that are being put into place.
You know what?
Here
in
voting
California, it's gotten so bad. Oh my goodness! Look who we have. Holy cow! Caught you in the middle of chumping. I figured I'd get you there, buddy. Look at that. You know, chocolate's going to be going extinct soon.
Yeah. $10,000 a ton, isn't it, or something crazy?
Yeah, it just went up 150%. I think Ghana's the one exporting that. They're making all the money off that one. There's a surprise guest. I told everyone no one would be here special.
That's me. No one special.
JM even made a funny joke. That's why I laughed twice as hard when you said your joke, JM. JM said, I was going to come up on the panel, but you said nobody special was coming up. I was like, okay, right on. I kept it a secret. Actually, I even kept it a secret from Ian and everybody. I didn't call him 2 hours and a half ago and asked him if he would had time to show up to answer any of the questions that we had earlier on in the stream about the crystallized osmium. I think Tom, who was it that had that question about the reverse side of the crystallized osmium and what that is? I was under the impression that was just the surface that the osmium grew on, so therefore it was the flat part of the crystallized osmium itself.
Yeah, it's very much like the base of a pizza. It's pretty flat, takes the shape of the pizza oven floor. So the osmium takes, is I presume it's a dead smooth surface that they start the crystallization on. But there's no substrate. It's pure osmium.
The question was is it stainless? That was the actual question.
Yes, because there's no acid or alkali or mix that will touch it. It's the most inert substance. So yes, it must be way more stainless than a Cybertruck. Yeah, they should do an osmium Cybertruck. There you go.
That would be expensive. Maybe a little Tonka toy version.
Yeah, that would have some bling, wouldn't it? Cover a car with that. That would be.
Boy, howdy. Okay, that's right. Okay, Tom, I'm glad your question got answered, sir.
Interesting that the back does vary. Sometimes it looks perfectly smooth, and sometimes you can see a very fine crystalline pattern. Then we did have one piece that
Actually,
Long Live bought for his wife, a shooting star, and that's got a clear crystal pattern on the back.
I can turn my fan off and break out my H, because I noticed my H has the crystals on both sides too, and I can actually show that unique pattern design. Let me get the crystallized osmium out here. And obviously turn my fan off. Hold on, let me get rid of this image here so you guys aren't seeing just that. Hi guys.
Hey.
Let me get rid of this. What is it? It's on present? Nope. It's on settings. Virtual background? None. Okay. Now I got this here. I'm gonna pull out and show you guys what a two-sider looks like.
The world's most expensive Dynamo.
Okay, let's see here.
If you put yourself full screen there, Neil, they'll be able to see.
Okay, hold on. Wow, what am I doing here? You're
all right.
There's a lot of buttons to push, guys. I'm slow with buttons. I almost did remove myself from stage. That would have been fun.
Hi, the Explorer.
Wow, that's a sparkly H you got.
Yeah, but if you look at the other side, and I'm sorry my finger's in the way, but I'm flipping it over right now.
Oh yeah, you got some clear crystalline pattern.
Yeah, I still got.
Oh wow,
that's the back side.
I wouldn't have stuck to you if I'd known that was so good.
As I got lucky. Yeah, that's my backside, and you can see the color.
Wow.
That's the worst shiny part. The other side. Yeah. Let me turn it back over here. That's the shiny part.
Double bubble, as we would say in England.
Yeah. So I got lucky. I got a double sider. But from my understanding, obviously all of them aren't like that. And I'll take myself off full screen, but I want to put this baby back in securely before I start messing around because I don't want to lose it. All right. Now I'll take myself off full screen. There we go.
Well, that's a good point, Seth. It'll, in the future, when you're displaying it, it'll show up nicer if you put it on a black piece of paper or a black background.
Actually, where's it at?
And Ian, the Explorer was saying in the chat here that he's dying to know how much was that osmium watch. Wants one.
Oh, this one.
Let me put you on full screen. Hold on a second here. There we go.
You get some light on it. I will try and. That's better. Try that. Yeah, you need to see it in sunlight, really.
Serious bling.
Yeah, I think these are about 30,000. You try holding it.
Maybe if you hold it with one hand and put the light directly on it, you could do it. Yeah, you could throw that light on it and get a better.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. There you go. Oh yeah. See, that's like 10,000 diamonds put together.
Yeah, we can get you a quote for these. These get built to order.
What's up, Gerald?
It's a full handmade Swiss movement glass or crystal on the back as well. So I've got to decide whether to buy this one or give it back to Ingo, the founder of the Osmium Institute. So decision time's coming up soon.
Oh, has Nickel showed up in here? I didn't see Nickel sneak in. If he did. Yep, there he is.
Yep, Nickel's here.
Sorry about that, Nickel.
Oh, I just turned on the comments so I can have a look.
Here you go. Yeah, that's a pretty large ticket item, but like, if you had the financial resources to do it.
Yeah, it's that. I mean, watches, especially something that's exclusive, this always do well. You know, I mean, it makes a Rolex rather common. You know, so there's only going to be a handful of these ever made, literally.
Would it be possible for the Osmium Institute to do a watch face where the numbers are the crystallized osmium and not the whole face?
Yeah. I mean, that would be down to the watchmaker, or
okay.
Or you could order them if you could find your own watchmakers incorporate it. Yeah, there's other ways you could use it. No, for sure.
I was also thinking, someone had mentioned, not me, I wasn't thinking, hey, what's up, Finn? The actual moving parts of the second hand and the minute hand and the hour hand, if they were actually the crystallized osmium, as that second hand moved,
on a map, yeah,
you wouldn't have to move at all. The watch would do all the work for you.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, actually.
Sit there and watch your watch make bling as it goes around on the second hand.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get to meet there's 4 Swiss watchmakers making watches now, so hopefully I get to meet them next month when I'm in Germany for the annual symposium and the grand opening of their brand new premises. So I'm gonna have to write all these questions down and ask the experts there. But yeah, no, that's a great idea, Neil, to have. I mean, even if you look on the hands on this watch.
Yeah, if just those were the crystallized osmium.
Not even all of them. Just you can't really see it. There's an inlay.
Yeah,
there's a darker black inlay on the points. So there you go. You can see that now on the on the minute hand. If that bit was osmium, and then the back of the watch was a matte black. No, that would be pretty cool.
That would bling for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, I didn't really like it that much, but it's grown on me. My favorite thing is when I'm driving and you got it on your arm on the armrest and the sun's shining on it. It just lights up beautifully.
I like it. I just can't afford it. But that's another thing about this crystallized osmium here in America. It's already been it's already been marketed to mega rich, so it's got a wealth attached to it, and it's being in the sizes that we can get. Like what I'm actually working with OC Stacker on, and I actually have these 3 pieces here. Let me put it back on. I got these 3 pieces here. I'm going to be sending to OC Stacker to make some something for his daughter with, and so the opportunity for the smaller size, and it's already been marketed as a high dollar value thing. It just increases its worth to the market of America, for which now it's obviously being introduced through us and others. So the opportunities pick some up, and then explain. Space Miners here, and he had brought up to me, and I already mentioned to you about the 2mm squares. Could you please talk about those?
Sorry, did you ask me a question? I wasn't concentrating there.
What's his name? Space Miner had mentioned the 2mm squares were not being offered anymore.
They've dropped off the website, so I will call the vice director tomorrow and get them put back on there. It might be the case I have to put in a bulk order because they're working around the clock. They can't cut and certify the pieces as fast as they're selling them at the moment. You know, it's very hard to increase. It's a very specialized job to do the measuring, the weighing. The photograph has to be exact, and they can't mix a piece up. Each piece has to have the right code. So there's a small team, including Ingo, the founder, who actually does that certifying, and I think that's the bottleneck. But hopefully, if I can persuade them, even if I have to put in order for 100 or 200 of the 2mm squares, we'll get them back on available again.
Well, I know a lot of people are going to be very interested in it once OC Stacker turns out the jewelry he's going to be making, because I think it's going to be one that's going to be very fad filling for the group that likes the nose rings,
right?
And that is that's a big market for America. I mean, we shall see, though. That's the great thing about it. It hasn't been done yet, and it's all open to us to try and take advantage of. Another reason why I love the fact that Ian has come here tonight to answer more of our questions. And if you notice, JM's got a domino up there with osmium in it. You want to talk about that piece you're having made?
So they've actually been machined. We've got some 1.5 ounce silver dice, which will be taking the 3mm osmium diamonds. So we have 15 of those machined, ready to take the osmium. So the Osmium Institute is sending over 21 pieces. So I'm going to get that mounted up, and we'll take that over to show next month at the symposium and the grand opening. And then we'll be putting them up for sale blank, and people can fill them as and when they can afford to. It'll be one way of building up your osmium collection. And also these silver dice, we've had thoughts, wow, you could put in gemstones, you could put in little gold discs, you could do all sorts of different mixes in them. But definitely the idea, when I saw that domino and then I saw my friend was making these silver dice, I thought, oh my gosh, that's a low cost base for, because obviously the osmium is going to be $1,800-ish for 21 pieces.
Yeah, that's going to be the expensive part of that dice. Yeah. I got some silver right here. Ain't you? But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. You also bought one of those, didn't you buy one of those 500 1-ounce bars with the osmium round in it?
The Panther bar, yeah. I had a new client ring me up and ask me if I could source one, and I managed to. They were all sold out, but Scarlett pulled some strings and we managed to get one, and I've managed to get one. And that gives an example, Neil, of what you were saying earlier about you make a unique product. They made 500 of these bars. They were a 1/4 ounce gold bar.
I thought it was 1 ounce.
1/4 ounce, and they were retailing for around $1,900, and they sold them all.
Yeah.
And so they did 500, and now they're going to do 500 with an eagle on, and they will sell them all. And they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars on each.
And each one of those will resell.
Yeah.
Other people will buy them from those people when they go to sell them.
Yeah.
And they'll get good money for them when they go to resell them. Yeah. It'll only actually gain in value. Another reason why I tell people, buy some and throw it in some jewelry. Maximize your expenditure in the precious metal market by buying crystallized osmium and making jewelry out of it.
Or even just buy some pieces and put it in your stack.
Then sell
it to somebody who's making jewelry when they can't get it from anywhere else.
Exactly. Yeah. And at that point in time, it'll be so expensive. You'll be like, well, can I make it, sell it, and we just split it 50-50?
Yeah.
It'll be too expensive for most jewelry makers to buy.
And it's actually getting more affordable compared to gold. As gold is going up, osmium has been pretty steady. I worked out the ratio. It's about 18.4 times more expensive than gold at the moment by weight.
What's up, Explorer?
That's a great stat. Thanks for providing that, Ian.
Yeah. So it's 18.4 times more expensive, but 1,500 times more scarce. So it makes platinum look expensive, and I know you love platinum. I love platinum. But platinum is 30 times more scarce, and 1/3 the price.
Yeah.
So osmium's on another several orders of magnitude cheaper when you calculate its scarcity to the price ratio.
You're gonna try to talk to them about making a bar that's pegged to the gold ounce or something like that.
We're trying to work towards having a fairly uniform piece that's roughly $2,000 plus or minus. So it's more like a bullion piece.
Yeah.
So say somebody's got in their stack 5 or 10 ounces or 20 ounces of gold. I think a lot of people would consider, okay, well, I'll get the equivalent value in a piece of osmium. So to have some sort of fungibility, which is hard because of the crystallization process. Even the same crystallization grades can vary quite a lot in the thickness. But we're working towards that. We're getting closer.
Right on. And I think that's a brilliant idea, actually, because that would be definitely a stackable thing.
Yeah.
Mentally, you could easily associate. There's no disassociation with a real small piece like that and trying to stack it. You get a piece that's equivalent size.
Yeah, and although it is 18 times more expensive by weight, because it's in very thin sheets, I mean, an 18 millimeter coin disc, they start around the $2,200. So, okay, it's smaller than a gold coin, but a whole lot more interesting.
A lot more value stored in that small thing,
yeah.
too.
Yeah, and ironic that value density feeds back into the value, especially with the scarcity.
Yeah, and the scarcity, it'll never go away. Crystallized osmium will always be there, but the availability of the sale of it from its ore form
will thin out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
it'll thin out to about probably 1/4 of a ton a year. That's probably what it'll thin out to. And that's without people. I mean, already there are some people front running, buying up raw osmium in the hope that they'll be able to get it crystallized.
Hey, Ian, do you think that the mining supply of osmium will have a high correlation to the mining supply of platinum?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
because that's the bulk supply is a byproduct. It's predominantly found with platinum in the platinum ore.
Was it like 1,000 pounds or 100 pounds or 1,000 pounds of platinum?
10,000 tons of platinum ore, and you get about 30 grams. You get under an ounce of osmium. Yeah. So you're looking. I mean, to make that watch face, you're looking at probably 8,000 tons of rock has to be moved, crushed, refined. Yeah.
So safe to say that you're not going to really find any substantial osmium supply anywhere where you don't find platinum.
I think it is. I think it is possible to find it on its own.
Okay.
But the problem then is you're not getting the value of the platinum. The only reason the osmium is recovered is somebody's mining for platinum.
So it's
the same reason. The only reason we get the bulk of our silver is companies are mining zinc, copper, and lead and gold.
Exactly.
If we weren't mining zinc, lead, copper, and gold, silver would be 6 times more scarce. Yeah.
Not only that, it's the depth level of mining for the platinum group metals is so much deeper,
right,
than the others. So to actually go there just for one thing is.
If you went there for osmium, it would be $1 million.
Easily $1 million a gram. Yeah, it's financially infeasible because it is a PGM, and PGMs are deep veins. They're not shallow veins like possibly gold and silver. So it's an expense to get to begin with. You don't want to have just one element going for.
Yeah. I'm interested to know, Ian, have you had any sales coming from Canada yourself?
For osmium, no, not yet.
What about for the other metals?
Yes, I do sell to Canada. Yeah.
Are you finding the shipping to be expensive or difficult?
No. Or it's if we do a monster box, it's an extra $75.
So that's not bad.
And often we can actually absorb that in the price. If it's a new client, we want to build a relationship and they want to buy a monster box, we will probably do that. The first time round with no extra charge. Yeah.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from a lot of Canadians that it's pretty hard to get reasonably priced, even basic bullion in Canada, even maple leafs, ironically.
Yeah, that's just ironic.
But it's the same. It's same in Britain. I mean, Britannias are so much more expensive in Britain than they are here.
Yeah, like I mailed a 5-ounce silver bar down to southern Indiana, just regular post, no insurance, nothing. I just kind of let her go, and even that was like $35.
Wow!
To send that regular post. But it may be less expensive for you folks to send it up here.
Probably, yeah.
By the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So it was like $5 US then, right?
Yeah, they got to get the sled dogs to carry, pull it halfway there.
Sorry about that. My
You're right,
Canadian.
though. You're right, though. The Canadian dollar is definitely losing ground.
I hope not. I sold 2 ounces of silver for Canadian dollars on Friday.
Nice.
Some Canadians came in the store and they wanted to buy a credit card, and I thought, I just don't want the hassle and charging the 3% fee. I said, look, have you got any Canadians? And I said, I'll take that.
Right on.
So it better not crash. Not till I've spent my Canadian dollars. It shouldn't do, should it? On the scheme of things, the countries that are aligned with the new NAFTA. I mean, it's the USA, Canada, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and I'm pretty certain Britain's going to join in pretty soon. I think all those currencies together will probably do pretty well.
Oh, they will. They will. Yeah. Anyone who hops in with America is going to do real well.
Yeah, Nickel, it was actually Hoosier Stalker that I sent that to for his original season 1 of his Silver Stacking Bingo show. I sent him a 5-ounce bar. And that was part of his giveaway.
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to catch up on chat here.
Good luck.
Yeah, for real. I'm glad you're here to help, though. That's for sure. Go ahead.
I'm due for a break in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. You're not getting paid. You ain't got to tell me, bro.
That's right. I need a raise.
I appreciate you coming up here, my brother.
No worries.
Yeah, the Explorer's talking in chat about he's loving the collaborative process of this, and that's exactly what I'm trying to get started. Is a very collaborative, creative and distributive fingers or instruments is what I'm trying to get together. Is my goal of a group of like-minded people that see the value in what we're doing and try and maximize on this opportunity that's going to be for a short time.
And it's a great opportunity for independent goldsmiths. You know, our guy Rick up in he's about an hour away from us. He's doing some great work, and he just, he's still fascinated by the whole osmium thing.
Yeah,
and he's thinking of ways of using it in a way that you would use diamond pave, but also in unique different ways. So it's firing up creativity in people who've been doing it all their lives. So that's great. There's a couple just south of London in England just started creating pieces with that. So I'll get some pictures to you, Neil, of what they're making.
I'd like to be able, and I'm fixing to be on my next Sunday's live stream, hoping to air my commercial. I'll be running that, and I'm going to try and do it back to back with showing a couple of the Osmium Institute's commercials that they show of their products. I'll add to that in like the beginning part of the stream, because everyone needs to see the possibilities. This is endless. To this day, I was watching a ring making, how to make from like 15 grams of gold, how to process it down and make a ring with it. And I'm thinking to myself, man, right there, where could you put and make and put something of the crystallized osmium, whether it's a 2 millimeter squares or 3 millimeter rounds or the triangles. And it's mind blowing, the possibilities once you open up to seeing the possibilities of the creation of a unique piece of jewelry. And that, of course, increases the value of the sale. We just need a marketable platform. It's already got its established high dollar value to it.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, opportunities screaming at my ears. I'm going to put earplugs in. It's screaming so loud.
Yeah, I think if we get a website going where people can just put on their designs, even, and put on their finished products, share tips, what to glue it with, what has worked, what hasn't worked, just a whole community of osmium users will be really beneficial.
Yep, to each and every one of us. And the great thing is, each and everybody, if you hear someone say, oh, I got a jewelry company, man, there's a lot of jewelry companies. Don't discount your local jewelry company. Go talk to them.
Yeah.
Make relationships, get it out there. Because the whole point is, not the whole point, but a point of this is this is going to be out You ain't gonna be able to buy this stuff in a couple of years. You're gonna be put on a waiting list till it gets mined and then processed, and then your piece will be delivered to you. Right now,
you'll get your Cybertruck quicker.
Yeah. Right now, you can get this stuff because they got reserve stock in it, built above ground, already made. They're liquidating the reserve stock. They kept it to Europe. They've introduced through Ian Arc Silver this product to America. We, in this group here, in this community, have an opportunity to take the greatest advantage ever thrown at our feet right now. That's all I see as far as opportunity, and I want as many collaborative minds in on this as possible, because everybody knows somebody that can help. It can a favor here, and hey, could you just throw this out for me there? That could help the collaborative group, help us grow and maintain a good market share, as well as getting it out to as many people as possible, taking a financial advantage as any business would in doing that, and all of us profit, knowing that what we're selling is going to be more valuable after we sell it in a year, in 6 months, because once this stuff goes from having, it'll be calling Ian and be like, Ian, man, I need a 5mm round. Well, Neil, we got to wait till next year's mining stock gets out and available. I'll put you on the list. It's how it's going to be for maybe 10 years. And then it's going to be, I'll hook you up with someone who already bought some, because we're not mining anymore. There's no more.
It'll be,
that's the line of progression of this stuff. And it's going to happen. And I did say 10 years. And so it's happening quicker than any precious metal out there. It's a perfect format for jewelry, perfect economic timing for the availability of this stuff is just awesome, because people are looking to store value in their wealth in something, jewelry, artwork, fine wine, land, stuff like that. Well, this is jewelry, and it's one off.
Yeah.
Every time we make a piece, it's one off. So it makes it even more valuable.
Yeah.
The opportunity is great. And I'm grateful that Ian took a chance, and actually not took the chance, saw it and threw his money at it and bought everything the lady was wearing.
I did.
I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. I want it. I'm grateful you did that, man. You saw the opportunity and did that, because that presents us with the opportunity that we have here before us right now. And it's an awesome one. I just want everyone to take advantage of it.
And Ian's made himself very available for us, answering the questions and coming on the live streams. And I have a feeling that it won't be that long, maybe 6 months, that Ian's time and energy is going to be tapped out, and it's going to be much more difficult for him to do this.
Then you have to call me.
Well, he's going
to coins.
Training.
A number of other people who are in it. I know Long Live Coins. I don't off the top of my head who else is promoting this, but you'll have to call one of us, because he will be definitely too busy. He will be way too busy. That, or you're going to start a corporation, hire a lot of people to do all the stuff that needs to be done for this stuff. One of the two. But yeah, this is a niche opportunity that has never. It's not chartable. It hasn't happened before,
no. And it's never going to happen again. Yeah,
exactly. And that's the greatness of this opportunity, guys. Think long term, think short term, think midterm, and the possibilities for the osmium and all of those is great. Holding it, stacking it, turning it into jewelry, keeping it, and selling it, all of it. Because if you make some jewelry and keep it, as I say in my show, and each and for the women as well, every man's a castle of his is the king of his castle, or queen of her castle. Get your family jewels, make it a thing again. Make it to where you're passing down your ring to your granddaughter's wedding for the something old. Because right now everyone's sold their grandma jewelry, or they found out it was fake because she sold a diamond along the way or whatever. That's the economy stripping us of our wealth. This is an opportunity to put our wealth back into our families, generational, and make money off of it at the same time. Keep jewelry, sell jewelry. I mean, it's just snatch it all. Snatch it all. I'm getting some money, hopefully next week, I'll be making an order, snatching some more myself. Because I see the greatness of this opportunity. Hold on, I got someone saying something here. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to go off on a tangent. The opportunity is too great not to try and stress it on the people how great this opportunity really is and how fleeting and short-lived it will be.
Yeah, and it's not going to get broken down and recycled. It's
Yeah.
going to stay in its crystalline form.
And it's going to stay in that piece of jewelry.
and the quality of work that the Institute does to certify, photograph, scan each piece. And it also gets a timestamp. So that piece is cut and certified. You just don't get that with anything else, do you? You don't get that level of record of its production.
Security.
Yeah.
You have its birth certificate.
Yeah.
You have documentation. And in today's digital economy, that's everything. Documentation. You've got documentation from start till it's in your hands. You've got the documentation, and you will have that documentation. You can get paperwork. So when they say if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Well, not only will you have the osmium in your hands, you'll have the paperwork saying what it is in your hands as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the only bad part about it is if you don't get in.
Yeah.
That's the only bad part about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I think I saw somebody said a comment of their local jeweler had never heard about it. It will get around really quickly. We'll get to a point where it will get in some of the jewelers' trade magazines, and and as the Institute, they do several shows in the US each year. They do the major jewelry shows, so it won't be long when every jeweler will have actually heard of it.
Yep. They
might not have seen it. They might never be able to get to work with, but the way knowledge spreads is going to be exponential. So we're here at the moment, zero almost.
Yeah.
But we'll go like this to like everybody in the industry will know about it,
and then it'll be too late to get in.
Then it'll be too late when we just start.
Yeah.
On that
as soon as you go to your jeweler and they say, "Yeah, I have heard of it,"
yeah,
it's almost too late.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like the train has left the station.
Yeah.
Because by the time the word gets out, the time it takes to get the word out, this stuff will be sold out. Unless we can get it out there quicker, in which case it's going to be sold out quicker.
Yeah, I don't play the lottery, but if I did and I won $1 billion or something, I would buy it all.
Mr. Wolf had it. He's definitely a visionary in his thoughts when he saw this stuff. It is. I credit him for his intestinal fortitude to stay in it for the 10 years and not introduce it to us, for us to rape it out of the ground and take it from his company and sell it to everyone to where he doesn't have any of it left. Because that's exactly what I want to see us do. I want everyone here to get a group and we just buy and sell it all, make jewelry, make money, and maybe even collaborate and buy our own island in case things get too crazy.
It would be awesome. It would be awesome if it was just thousands of small creators designing and making that used the bulk of the osmium up before the big brands get in on it and trying to, that would be just awesome.
That's what I would love to see, because what that does is that takes the rich guy out of it and it puts it in this as many small, and trust me, what I call retail, and I'm sure most businesses refer to retail, is the average person who doesn't have that money to make those $1 million investments. If we can get a little bit of this into as many of their hands as possible, that increases their wealth. Even if they don't realize it, in a year or two, when they go to get it studied and try to sell it upon it, it'll change their life, and for the better, because they'll have something they could fall back on, and they didn't even realize how valuable it was when they bought it. And it won't take long to change that life. Sure, they might have to sell it, but that doesn't matter. It got into their hands to save them because they had it, and they were able to get it because it was cheap comparatively to what it's actually worth. Because I personally, I don't know, the dollar value they put on it isn't the worth that it has, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that would keep it very decentralized, wouldn't it? If it was in the hands of thousands of creators.
You can control it if everybody's got it.
Yeah.
And that's another reason to get it out there to everybody as soon as possible, as fast as possible, and in as many forms as possible. That means every creative thought process, which means as many people as possible getting together to bring that thoughtful, creative process of individual. At least 13 is and you'll have a great perspective if you can get 13 creative people together doing things. That's the ideal business format. But just to get 8 or 7 or 6 or 5 even is a great start that people would quickly join into once they see the combination of what's going to happen. basically. It's going to be great. Get in while you can.
Just so you guys know, Chad, I think, just accidentally moderated MW. Chad, if there's any way you can go back and unhide.
Oh, I am sorry, MW.
You'll be right back,
Come in
MW.
here.
Just hit the wrong button, that's all.
I'm looking back to see if I can't do something. I'm seeing 2 of his chats. I'm not seeing anything blocked or anything like that. Let me go over to YouTube here. Okay, yeah, okay, here we go. Where do you start off at? Oh, that was recently. I might be able to do it from here.
Hey, Chad, it's good to see you.
Replace. No, I don't want to replace. Don't want to do that. 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 But what I can do is that. Or I don't know if it won't happen again. I made him a moderator.
There you go. So MW should be back in action again now.
Yeah, sorry about that, brother.
That happens.
Yeah, no, I'm moderate for Ninja. He's got like 500,000 people. It does happen when that thing starts moving and you push a button trying to go to a person's YouTube page and the screen moves up as you're pushing the button and oops.
I find YouTube's changed their layout again now. And so now the chat side's a lot narrower.
Mm-hmm.
I really dislike it. It's glitchy too. But anyway, yeah, definitely was unintentional. Good to see you, Jay.
Silver Boy Blue. If you look at most think tanks, they like to get a 2-digit worth of people in those think tanks to come up with their ideas that they come up with. They don't go with 6 or 7. They like 12 or 13 or 14. Chad. We will demote you, Chad. You're going to have to buy more osmium to buy yourself forgiveness.
You just got to be careful. Hey,
Dog. I got a sense of humor. I'm playing with him. Oh, wow. Hold on. I see someone else that needs something here.
We've got Dale Val in the house, the Roman Prepper. I see currently it looks like silver is right around 28.31. So it had a nice little jump at the beginning of the overseas trading, and then it dropped, and it's made that back up. It's on the way back up now.
Yeah, so, I don't want to go on that Middle East thing that's happening. Although I did do a video today on something else that's good that's happening in the Middle East. Actually, it's not, but it's good. Pakistan is building a river through their country, through the desert of their country. They plan on coming up with about 850,000 acres of farmable land by 2025, the end of 2025, along with the other 3 rivers being built in that area of the world, Afghanistan, Saudi, and Egypt. They are going to have close to 2 million acres of farmable land by 2025. It's going to make them a food producer to the world.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, until you start thinking of why they're killing off all our farms over here. And then you see a bigger picture of maybe they're wanting them to be the food producers because they don't follow our food regulations. That's my concern. It won't be a concern until 2026, but by then it'll be too late. That's why I just mentioned it right now. So I can say, well, I told you.
OC Stacker's wondering, Ian, if you're open tomorrow.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
What's up, Magic Moon?
If I'm awake, I'm open. We're open.
Yes, Ian is very gracious and answers his phone even when I call too much, which I appreciate, Ian.
Not at all now.
I often expect to hear the answering machine because that's usually what happens because I tend to call people more than I should, I guess. Or talk longer when I have them on the phone. But anyhow, the roaming prepper's here. I didn't see him. Oh, damn. There he is. People sneaking in on here. So, any other questions about the crystallized osmium now that we got the osmium expert in here?
Well,
I am picking up all his answers so I can keep them in my brain to help you out when he's not around.
Ask a question about platinum.
Yeah, I read something about platinum. Someone saying something about a good show that they saw in platinum. I don't know if they were talking about the Platinum Beast or someone.
I think they were talking about your show, Neil.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I do know a lot about platinum. I haven't been talking about it much lately.
Cost of production is higher than the current price.
Yeah, it's cost of production. The cost to mine it. There's two different cost to mine it in the ore form is approximately $900 per ounce out of the ground.
You're kidding.
To produce it and put it in coin form and mint and get it in your hands is an average, and it changes depending on mints, but about $1,300 to get an ounce of platinum in coin form.
And you can still buy 1 ounce platinum bar for $1,030-ish at the moment. Yeah.
Deal of a lifetime.
Below its cost.
Yeah. And people are still buying gold. I'm like, really? People, my God. Don't you know how to buy undervalued assets? Can it get in? Yeah, it could get more undervalued. It could go to $800, but it's still undervalued. If it's getting in your hands for cheaper than it costs to get in your hands, it's undervalued.
I did sell some gold. You'll be proud of me, Neil. I sold some gold and I managed to find some half-ounce platinum eagles and a quarter-ounce platinum eagle.
Oh.
And I bought them, didn't sight unseen, and the half-ounce platinum eagle came in as an MS-70 slabbed one.
Oh, sweet.
I know.
You made out on that deal.
Yeah.
The fractional platinum eagles is hard to find.
When did they stop making them, didn't they? A long time ago.
Yeah, 90s. They're not like run of the mill.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got a good one. There's Jake coming with gold for the win. He loves his gold.
Right now, here in Canada, finding a lot of the coin shops don't have much platinum. And where they do, they're charging almost the same. Like on the fractional, say a 10th ounce platinum is almost the same as a 10th ounce gold.
That's ridiculous because the wholesale price is nowhere near that. I will tell everybody here now, the wholesale price on the 10th ounce platinum Britannias is 14 to 15% over spot. That's the wholesale price.
Yeah, I think they're
gouging.
Cash grab.
Yeah.
And further to Neil's comment about, value buying, I think a lot of investor psychology, when you've got your emotions into it, a lot of people are buying on momentum. They like to buy something that's moving.
Yeah.
They don't want to buy something that's going down. But I've studied financial markets long enough that my mindset's totally different. I like to buy when something's tanking, especially if it's fundamentally good, and that's value investing.
Well, just seeing the comment there, 2023 is the last year for 1 ounce platinum eagles business strike. I didn't know that.
I know they're making I think it's proof they've dropped down to only 12,000, and they had made like 65,000 last year
of the business strike.
Yeah.
Right.
And that
someone's talking about the availability. So we buy from Pamp Suisse. If we order now, we'll get them end of June. They're platinum bars.
Yeah, and there's a platinum squeeze. No one wants to talk about that. There's a platinum squeeze.
There is.
I've been talking about that for 2 years.
Well, it's happening.
and it's happening. Yeah, but I mean, you came along with crystallized osmium and took my attention off of platinum, man. You like squirrel?
No, but they're the perfect pair. A lot of people choose platinum to as the mounting material to work with osmium.
That's exactly what it's for, because you got to keep the PGMs together. They're most beautiful together. Now, one thing I would be and I'm actually going to learn how to do this when I get my poop together, is I know, and I've seen a YouTube show on how to do it, and that's make purple gold. And it's a mix of zinc and one other thing, very small percentages when you mix it up, and you got to do it in the right procedure, one first, then the other type thing. If you go in the wrong procedure, it doesn't work out from the bonding or something like that. I haven't fully figured it out, but I'm gonna be making some purple gold when I get my stuff together and all my, because I want to make jewelry, and I'm going to be buying this stuff here in the next couple of weeks to start making rudimentary stuff. You know, as I get money and get more expensive equipment and whatnot. But I want to get into that, and that's where I like the website that you were talking about with the sales of the osmium, because I can see purple gold and osmium being a good match, because it's got a
with
different
the blue and the purple.
They would like complement as well, so I think, as platinum would for a base for the osmium to be presented in. Personal opinion. Yeah, zinc and gold, copper, zinc and gold. Yeah, that's right, Space Miner. But there's lots of different things, and that's a great thing if you get with. And I encourage any. I mean, I'm an iron worker, man. The last person you'd think that have any kind of creativity for jewelry. My whole career past this whole millennium has been high rises. I was on 12 high rises this year in San Francisco. You know, that's where's jewelry making come into that, man? But this has excited me. It's something I can expand actually use my creative side of my mind on this stuff and actually possibly make good money at it. And it's just exciting. I can't believe other people aren't over the hill thrilled with the possibilities as I am. What's up, Thuran? Sorry I didn't see you step in, bro. Thuran lives up the road from me, about 54 miles up in Sacramento. But yeah, I think everyone should hop on this opportunity and be grateful for Ian being here, presenting us with this opportunity and his knowledge about this stuff while he still has time before he's too busy in sales.
Well, hopefully I'll come back from January with a whole lot more knowledge and inspiration and ideas.
What you got to do, they've got these glasses. They have little video recording, audio recording. Just have them on
all the time.
All the time, and I'll be like right there, so that way the information will pass over, and I'll have my YouTube channel going, and we'll just feed it straight to the crowd, bro. From the horse's mouth straight to the YouTube space.
Actually, that's a great idea, Neil. Really, like if Ian, I know Ian doesn't do a whole lot on YouTube right now, but if there's a way he could live stream, even 30 to 60 minutes with some of the people there, that would be really cool.
We will try and do that.
That's something I've thought of doing. I figure I'd throw it out there. I never thought it would stick on the wall, as they say. As far as ideas go, you say throw them at the wall and use the ones that stick. That's what I was referring to. Okay, let's see. We got Magic Moon stepped in. And Jay, what's up, Jay? Hold on, he's saying something about auctions on crystallized osmium. What's that about, Jay? Hey, Seth, you have a good weekend, brother.
Yeah, LLC auctioned a couple of pieces, didn't it?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's doing that with Nickel, who's in the chat right now, doing the video logging of the process of the purchase, the transfer of the paperwork for the security code and stuff. He's doing that on his channel.
Any new in-hand pieces in your inventory? Truly. We should have a consignment coming in later this week. We did have a custom fish made, which came out really cool. Actually, I'm looking forward to actually seeing that. We had a client who's buying it for her grandson's graduation. He went on a fishing trip up the Amazon or somewhere and caught this fish, and so she sent me a picture of it, and we sent the picture to the Institute, and they scaled it down to the size, of their budget, and it actually looks spectacular. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. So
that is a sweet use case for this stuff too,
because the details on the fins coming to a really sharp point just captures it all.
Yeah, that goes with the technology they're using to do the cutting. What's up, Long Live Coins? Yeah, they're using some real modern technology for this whole process of this crystallized osmium to get it in our hands from the growing to crystallized form. That is a technological and innovative process in and of itself, and then the cutting of it. It's everything about it's cool. Hey, what's up, Christopher? So does anyone else have any questions they would like to ask Ian? No, Theran, not at all. No more questions for Ian. Ian, I've got some questions for you.
Sure. No.
If anyone on their own wants to hook up with a jeweler and have a piece made and send you a pic of it, would that be the way to get you to show the Osmium Institute if anyone in the crowd here has one ready?
Yeah, no, sure. I'll always forward on concepts or actual made pieces.
So that would be considered into that offer they made of if you create a piece that take it around the world kind of thing. That would fall in line with that. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to make sure if anyone was here was in the chat wanted to do that they were informed of that.
Oh, that's another great question. Is there tax? Like a lot of bullion, if it's 3/9 fine, there's no sales tax.
So at the moment, because of the sales volume, we don't charge state tax. Once we reach a certain volume, we might have to. But no, it's a good point because it's the purest metal. I don't think there's a purer because it's 595 fine. But that might be a question of eventually getting it designated as a bullion metal. So my hunch is at some point we will need to charge sales tax.
Okay. Yeah, it's not considered a monetary metal. It's no.
I mean, thankfully we can import it duty free because of the work the Institute's done. Every piece has a customs designation, so it's cheaper to buy it in the US than it is to buy it in Germany. If you buy it in Germany, you have to pay 19% tax.
Wow. But yeah, I know a lot of European countries have the higher taxes. And they've got the value added taxes.
Yeah, 20% over there in England. That's my understanding.
I see a comment there from Gerald Draper about custom creations.
Yeah.
That is just an incredible opportunity to do. If you were making a brand and you designed a new logo, to have it done in osmium would just be incredible. Because even a relatively small piece, you could build it into something bigger. So yeah, I think the custom pieces going to be a huge market. And you could actually own the rights. I mean, if you get a custom piece made by the Osmium Institute, you could say, and I don't want anyone else having one. You could have exclusive rights to that piece. Silverboy Blues, a small piece. Well, till Neil and his friends bought all the 2mm squares up, we started around $22 for the 2x2 millimeter squares.
That's how quick the opportunity goes, boys.
Hopefully we'll get them to cut and certify some more pretty quick. So yeah, that was the entry point. At the moment, available entry point is the uppercase capital I's, and they start around the $50. So the I basically looks like the one side of Neil's H. If you've got your H there, have you?
Yep, I certainly do. It's right up here.
Silverboy Blues. So those are pretty good value because I think that's a very versatile. So if you chop the middle bar out of Neil's H, you've got two uppercase I's.
Yeah.
So those start around the $60. So we've already had people give some very good ideas how to use those. So looking forward to seeing some creations with the eyes. And we are also open for trading silver. If somebody's overloaded a silver, if it's something that we can sell on quick, we will consider trading silver for osmium.
But will you take Bitcoin? Sorry, I had to go there.
I have taken Bitcoin for sales, but on the condition is the dollar amount is a dollar amount I managed to get out, not what you think you've sent me. When I cash out,
smart man.
I cash out, the amount I get is the amount you've given me, because I can't pay any of my suppliers in Bitcoin.
Exactly. I didn't mean to pull that point out about it, but another reason. So many levels of the transactionary process are not accepted in BTC. Not just, I will. Yeah, but about 27 other people that you have to get to.
Yeah, I mean, that drop we had on Friday, if I'd received Bitcoin at 72,000 and by the time I cashed it out, it was 61. Well,
you took a loss of 10%.
I've taken that hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I say same with paychecks. I don't want to get paid in that and go to work one day. Hey, I'm making $76,000 an hour. No, I'm only making $2 an hour.
Yeah.
That's not stability in a market that you can count on at all. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on that. But...
So I did post a link to the Osmium, the Buy Osmium website, which is in Europe. And then I followed that up with Ian's website. So I just noticed you can very easily find the pricing on the buyosmium.com site. But for anyone in the States, I think you'd be best off to go to Ian's website.
Most definitely.
Yeah, because we combine multiple orders, so that reduces the shipping cost, and we absorb the shipping costs both from Germany to here and from here to distributing it. Chuli just asked a question of the minimum dollar amount. If it's a new client, I tend to absorb the shipping cost if they just want a little piece, because I'm keen to get it out there, and it's a cost. Part is the cost of marketing, cost of sales is actually getting the product out there. So no minimum order.
The nice thing is it's not very heavy, so it's not like shipping silver.
No.
Oh no, osmium, crystallized osmium is so light. It's like if you weren't worried about security, you could put it in a letter, mail it off. It's got no weight to it whatsoever as far as nominal for shipping cost. But now, if you put it in, making artwork out of it, then you'll have the weight of whatever the artwork is.
Yeah, and if you buy pieces bigger than the 2mm square, they come in the box.
Yeah. That's Well, don't do the 3mm rounds come in little
3mm come in
little vials like this?
But yeah, generally, I think sometimes we've had them in the box, but generally,
this would actually be better for like the 3mm and 2mm size.
Yeah.
Maybe 4mm I could see going to the box. I might even see 4mm going in this.
It's a reason they can do those starting from around $22, because they're putting it in a small little vial, so it's a less packaging cost.
Yeah, and it's actually more secure. I think it's more secure in this little vial.
Yeah,
I actually like it for stacking.
And that system was aimed at makers, because they do the 3mm diamonds, triangles, squares in the tubes.
When I did my commercial that I'm going to show next week, I used these three, and I was able to keep them separate because I did the geometric layout on the table, and I set these jars in a separate
in the same pattern.
In that same pattern, so I knew exactly which one, no matter what was in my mind, if I forgot or anything, that pattern matched that pattern, so I knew they went back in the right one. I actually have it all videotaped to make sure I stuck it right, because I'm real concerned about that, making sure I have the right piece with the right number. That is something.
Yeah, I just saw a comment from Chuli. The QR code would be useful. Yeah. I should think they could probably send a printout with a QR code on for sure.
I agree with that. Explorer.
It is just convenient, yeah. Otherwise, you have to do the identify osm. You have to tap in the full code into the site.
So, and you're right too. I remember hearing earlier that Neil snagged the really good deal there with the 2mm, because when I'm looking at the 3mm, and I shared the screen.
Okay, hold on a second. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I just did it just now. It looks like the smallest for the 3mm is about $103.
So you got 3x3 is 9 square millimeters versus 4 square millimeters. So yeah, if you select that up, JM, you'll be able to see what sparkle grade. If you pick a piece from that sub menu,
Yeah, there you go.
hover over the little eye in the circle on one of them. That will tell you. So that's a sparkle 3, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's a thicker piece. Yeah.
They're on that right now, Homestead. Actually, the 3mm squares
on the screen. So looking what is in stock. Now I think that is including. Does that? I can't quite see on my screen. Is that including the GSD? I think down. If you look.
Oh, includes 5%.
So you're going to take about 18 to 20% off that roughly. So those pieces will be starting in the $80 range.
Yeah, because that's in pound, right?
Nope, this is US dollars.
You got it in dollars, but that's including German sales tax. Which
okay. I understand. Sorry about that.
It's set up for the German market. Obviously, it's a German company.
JM, you got something on screen there. Tully's asking to go to the 4mm bar.
Okay, sorry. When I'm on this one,
you can't see. Okay, well that's cool. She's asking. I just highlighted it. On
cool.
line.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'm bouncing back and forth between the tabs here. So here's the 4mm. And did I post link?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Here. Okay, so I just posted the link for the previous screen that we were on for your reference.
OC Stackers just asked about a barter. It would depend on the silver product.
What's up, Welshco?
Yep, that's really nice. So I'll post the link for this one as well.
It's useful to be able to just sort of graze through. You can see all the pieces. You can learn the sparkle grades, how the weights increase with sparkle grades.
That's what I like looking at, like where JM's at right now, where he's pulled the prices up on the individual piece, how many pieces are available for that. On that eye, it shows the sparkle grade of a 3 or a 4, and you can tell when that changes and the price, per and everything. And I like that.
And the thickness can still vary considerably, even on the same sparkle grade, because of the crystallization process.
Yep. There's a lot of unique things about this product. I like.
So, and then when you're there, like I posted the links, you can check out the other items they have. They've got these Staro stars, lots of different shapes, letters and numbers, symbols, and they've got this custom made section too, which is what a lot of people are interested in.
Yeah,
that looks familiar. I wonder where I got that image from.
We had that ring in the store. It's incredibly beautiful. It's a British designer designed that. That's in platinum. It was just exquisite.
That is.
You need to, Homestead. That's why we have these live streams, to get the information out there, to get people to inquire and get interested, see the value that it can bring to you.
Oh yeah. Can you put Space Miners round up, Neil? Can someone get?
Here, I'll stop sharing this one.
What was that? What's that? A Space Miner up here?
Can we get his round? Space Miners custom round. He's
his picture.
how do
Hold
we
on
do that?
just 1 second here. Let me go over here.
He did such a good job on that. Proud of him.
Nope. Okay, hold on. Screwed that up. YouTube.
Yep,
Sorry,
couple
guys.
tie pins for sure.
Tuli asked about a bar shape. So the bar shapes would be the lowest premium because obviously you get more efficient cutting when you're cutting rectangular shaped pieces. So there is no real average cost because obviously you've got Sparkle 1 through 5, almost a factor of 4 on the thickness and therefore for the weight.
What do you think the range would be? Like, let's say they've done 100 custom pieces.
Well, if you had that quantity, you wouldn't be being charged a custom rate. You'd get the best price once you get into that sort of quantity. And especially if it tessellates, if it's a square or a hexagons that all fit together, and so they have minimal waste, that you wouldn't be charged for waste. I mean, the custom fish we just had made, it had a high ratio of waste pieces that they just couldn't cut into other pieces. So that was a fairly expensive fish.
Can you quantify?
So it was. Oh, look at that! Those Space Miners. Can we blow that up for everybody?
Seeing what I can do. Pushing buttons here.
Yay!
Got
Is
it.
that better?
Yep. Well done.
Okay.
It looks like he designed that round. It was waiting for that osmium disc in the flashlight, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Those are going to be, goodness knows how much those are going to be worth in the future. I mean, his handmade bespoke ones.
And that's the round he used.
Yeah.
What was that, about a 3 millimeter?
That looks like a 3, yes, in there.
See, that's my next purchase is going to be several of those. There's the rounds, and then I'm going to go to the triangles, then I'm going to go back to the squares, rounds, and triangles, and that's what I'm going to kind of focus in on for my purchases. But I have the smaller income level. If I have more money, I get the bigger pieces.
It is just so cool, that round. I can't.
It's beautiful.
I'm hoping I can persuade him to sell me one so I can take it to Germany.
Well, Space Miner's in this chat right now.
Oh, that's a 4, Sparkle 4 in there.
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he sent you one, didn't he? Space Miner, didn't you send in a coin?
We did a trade. I think one of his first purchase for Osmium, he traded Space Miner around for Osmium, I think. I've still got them boxed up. I kept meaning to do an unboxing video, and I haven't unwrapped them yet. But now I know what they look like, and now I'll be disappointed because the ones he sent me haven't got osmium in them; they're just plain.
I think he's actually, if I'm not mistaken, he's
come up with a price.
He's going to send you one, I believe, with the osmium in it to take to Germany with you.
I think so. That would be awesome.
And if I overspoke my authority, Space Miners, please speak up. But from my understanding, speaking to you, that's what you were hoping to have happen.
I think he could name his price for those. I think he could sell those for quite a lot of money, don't you, Neil?
Easy $3 3-figure. Yeah. $2.99, $3.99, somewhere around there. Yeah. And that's, again, maximizing the equity that you have into something by adding osmium.
Yep. And it gets your brand out there as well, doesn't it?
This in particular piece does threefold. Yeah, it gets his brand out there, and it increases the value of the piece itself. And it is the first that I am aware of, silver round and embedded with osmium. So, yeah, I mean, that's a piece of artwork now. It's no longer a 1-ounce round.
See a question there from Christopher Bick. So the thickness of the pieces, they start around 0.1, 0.2 millimeter. And so I think a sparkle free is typically about 0.5, 0.4 of a millimeter thick. You can see on the Biosmium site, as we looked at earlier, once you select a piece, hover your cursor over the little eye in the circle, and it will tell you the average thickness.
Hey Neil, do you think there's any chance that a little further along in this video that Space Miner's channel round is actually even closer to the camera for a better view?
Let me go through it here.
It's like the osmium's showing up nicer now. It just depends on the angle too, I guess.
That angle is more face to the camera, but it's not giving the bling of. That's more the bling of the osmium.
It's a movement. You get the sparkle, isn't it? For sure.
Yeah, and it has to move. That's why I like the idea of it being in a jewelry pieces, because they're always moving. Or the watch, the second hand or something of a watch, a moving piece, because it's the movement that where you get the. I mean, well, I guess you could be like sitting still and have light movement around you do the same thing, but in this in particular case, the piece has to move.
I just saw a question there or a comment about purchasing with a credit card. Yeah, we're set up to take credit cards, but we do charge. We pass on the charge that we get charged. So it's a 3 to 4% we get hit. So we charge that on if anybody wants to use a credit card.
And so for trade, you said that you'd consider accepting silver as a trade.
Yeah, sure.
What about like 100-ounce RCM bars?
Yeah.
Gerald was asking. Very cool. Not that I have any 100-ounce RCM bars, but I think
not many people do have that much.
I got some 10-ounce. 10-ounce is actually the largest silver that I've bought per piece.
But yeah, that's definitely a good looking piece.
We got OC on the panel too. Hey, OC.
Yes, Mr. OC Stacker's up here with us. How's it going, my friend?
Oh, I just saw a suggestion there, Silver Moon with the osmium craters. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Like was it the 1976 US coin? They had a moon on with the craters on the Ike dollars. I think they had a big moon with craters on it.
That would be cool to see. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to give you that view.
And OC, if you've said anything, you might be muted. I haven't heard anything yet. Haven't heard you.
He might be off getting a scotch.
That's a good idea. Do you have to make a phone call to buy, or can you just buy online?
You can buy straight from the Osmium Institute, but you'll get like a $15-$20 shipping charge.
But what about from you? Can they buy direct on your website?
Not yet. We haven't found a way. So the problem is if we put inventory on that's on the Osmium site, well, because each piece is individual, it would sell out. So we haven't worked out a way of linking that way. And the issue we're having at the moment, we're selling it as fast as we can import it.
So phone call's the best way.
We don't have time to put it on the website. So,
gotcha. So just make the call.
So yeah, at the moment it's the old-fashioned way. Talk to me. I'm not scary.
Well, and you know what? I've heard excellent customer service. I wonder if you should get some like references from people on your website. You know what I mean? Like about the customer.
That's a good idea. Yeah. It's I got a friend in California, and he started buying Osmium, and all his friends have, and he said he explained what we're doing. He said you're building the plane whilst you're flying it. I go, yeah, it feels like that. Yeah, we're so. Yeah. It's it's a lot. It's been a lot of extra work so far bringing the Osmium to the market, as well as doing the our main business. And I think at some point the Osmium will take over. So yeah, we will improve. We will make it more user friendly and accessible. But it is what it is at the moment, and
I
if you don't like it.
I suspect you're still going to get a lot of demand for silver and gold, especially if you can maintain that customer service.
Yeah.
And the pricing is competitive and you get it online on your website eventually. Why not?
Yeah, the reason we are highly competitive with silver and gold is we're very nimble how we source. So if we put up a lot of product and had online sales, you're more restricted. You got to guarantee you've got that particular product at that particular time. So somebody calls me up and they want American Eagles. Well, I can ring around 4 or 5 different suppliers, and I can find. Do you know what? Like on Friday, 2022s, they were a lot cheaper than the 2024s, or tomorrow, 2023s might be cheaper than the 2024s. So we're very much more flexible on our sourcing than the bigger companies, and we pass on that saving. I mean, you look at some companies, their special offer is a government silver coin for $3.10. Well, we can do a government silver coin in quantity for $2.30 because we got that relationship, and a lot of the wholesalers are more, I think they're more personable with a smaller company like ours. So we build relationship and friendship, and I think we get favor, and we can pass on those good prices. And we keep our overheads as low as we can, because that's also a big problem with the bigger companies. Once you get a fancy website, that costs $1 million a year to maintain, and all the security. That's $1 million they're charging on top of their product.
I don't know how many people have had companies where you have employees, but out here in California,
yeah,
workman's comp. I mean, there's a lot of expenses added as soon as you hire one person.
Yeah, and you can get hacked too. Like really, it's a higher level.
Yeah, I mean, we started the business in August 2020. Early 2020, I bought some product from JM Bullion. They had a good deal on. They were hacked in, I think it was June 2020. They sent me a letter in late September. They knew they were hacked and they told me about it like 3-4 months after. In fact, I think I found out on some YouTube channel first. And it's like, well, that's good, isn't it? You tell me 3-4 months after my my card details are out on the dark web,
Yeah, after it's already been taken full advantage of.
Yeah, and that was JM. Yeah. And it was like, well, that's rubbish, isn't it? So
that's a source you can trust.
Yeah, and dealing with a smaller company, you get more layers of privacy.
Not only that, like you said,
you're buying for a big company, there might be 20 people in that company know what you've ordered or access to what you've ordered. You buy from us, quite often it's only I know what you've ordered and who you are and where you are. And I can be very forgetful if I need to be.
It comes with age.
Neil, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was wondering what happened there, OC. Were you muted or something? You weren't muted on my end.
No, as soon as I logged on, my wife and kids came out to say I had to come in and sing happy birthday to my daughter. So
Oh, okay.
Her birthday was yesterday, but we got home so late that we didn't have a chance to do the cake that I made. So we just did it just now. So all good.
Oh, right on. Well, happy birthday to her.
Yeah. My oldest just turned 30.
I bet she didn't want you to tell us that.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
You know how ladies are with their age.
Yeah. She's not
24, right? Yeah, I heard 24.
Yeah. My youngest is 28, my oldest is 30. So Ian, I have some questions for you.
Sure.
I threw one in the chat, but I don't know if it got read or not because you guys were looking at the Osmium on the Osmium site. I heard you say that you would barter for silver for Osmium.
Yeah.
How does your pricing work for that? Is it spot for spot? Is it you pay it back? You give us back a spot on the silver, and we pay whatever the going rate is on the osmium? How's the pricing work for us?
So yeah, it depends what the silver product is. If we can, because we got to shift it quick. We keep dollars in the bank to a minimum because I don't want to miss out on the big move that has yet to come in silver. Yes. I don't want dollars. I want silver.
I'm with you.
So yeah, we'll work out a deal and we'll make a proposal, and if it's acceptable.
Let's just do something basic. Like, let's just say I got silver rounds because I'm not going to do eagles. Everybody's going to hang on to their sovereign coin. So let's just say I'm going to use buffaloes, or I'm going to use a name brand bar like a JM bar or a Royal Canadian Mint, something like that.
Yeah. So we'd just compare. We would offer something around the wholesale cost.
Not sure what wholesale cost is. Mean what you buy it for?
Well, yes. No, if somebody offers us a Royal Canadian Mint 100-ounce bar, I'll trawl around. Well, what would it cost me to buy it from one of my wholesalers? What's the best deal? And then we would offer that as the value for the trade.
So, do you work through a distributor for your company then, just like we do out here in California? You get all your stuff from a distributor, correct?
We buy from 4 major wholesalers. Predominantly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Because I know I saw in the chat earlier that some people said that they have been buying gold and silver, but if they wanted to they were short on funds, that they could use some of that towards that. And let's just say, just for I have a Pam Swiss Costco bar. Where would you guys be on that?
Gold. What, a gold 1-ounce Pam Swiss?
Yep. 84 tuna.
You'd be looking around spot plus 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. And then how's the pricing work for the osmium? Just whatever the going rate is, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. The hard part for me is I've never seen osmium in person yet, and I think that's the handicap for most of us is that. Yeah. It's hard to, and Julie said the same thing, and someone had the question. It's hard to make a decision when you've never seen it because, you know, until I see it, and I know the sparkle is different under a fluorescent light versus going out in the sunlight. So until we have that golden up, I can see that, Neil, but I
understand your point 100%, brother. I do.
It's always going to be better in person, which I believe that.
It does. Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at it here, and I see better than what I'm showing you right here. It's not even coming through the screen as well as what I'm seeing with my eyes, and I'm not outside even. So
I think I can answer, speak to a little bit, OC. So the Explorer asked just a few minutes back, how did I get started with osmium? So I was at the New Orleans Investment Conference in 2022. We'd taken a booth, so we were selling silver and gold and platinum. And I had some friends helping out, and they'd been walked around the exhibition hall. There was about 50, 60 exhibitors, talking about stuff, selling stuff. And about 3-4 booths along was the Osmium Institute. And so my friend said, you need to go have a look at this osmium. And he briefly said it's shiny and expensive. And I thought, well, I'm not interested then, I like silver's shiny and it's cheap, so it's got to be better. So. But anyway, on the last day, I think it was the last day, I said, all right, I'll go have a look. Mind the booth for me, because we had lines of people lining up all, from 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening, so it was hard to get away. So I went to have a look, and they told me all the key points we've talked about today: the scarcity, its beauty, its density, its unforgeability, the unique coding in every facet of every crystal has thousands of more recognition points than your fingerprint. And I just caught it. I knew I needed to buy some of this stuff because this might be my only opportunity ever to get some of it. So I said to Colin, who was on the stand with Scarlett, and he was about to lift a couple of the little pieces out, but she said, no, you can't sell it. It came in on a customs ticket. It's got to leave. She was very official and very proper. And then apparently I looked at the ring on her finger. I said, well, what about your ring? And she sort of looked at me and, well, okay. So she told me how much. So I bought the ring. And when I went back to my booth, took my cash box out, stuffed all the cash in my pocket, and I went back and I said, well, how much for your pendant? I'm a grounded guy. I've been construction worker 40 years. I understand real things. And I came to precious metals sort of 2017, rediscovered them, and it ticks so many boxes. It's just, you wouldn't believe it almost. I don't know. It's hard to believe, isn't it, Neil, really?
I was listening to you say ticking all the boxes. So like,
it's superior to Hashgraph. It's superior to blockchain. It's the ultimate precious metal. It's the 8th and final precious metal that was isolated, discovered in 1804. Never really had many uses because there's not enough of it to use for anything.
Yeah, the use case.
So its core value was really low because it was so scarce.
Yeah.
Now Ingo Wolf meets the scientist who works out how to crystallize it. He gets it in one meeting. He agrees to sell 16 highly successful businesses to bring this to market, to create demand for something that's scarce. You create demand with absolute scarcity, good price action. It was just a no-brainer to me. If I buy this ring and pendant for X $1,000 now, it'll be worth 10 times that in 10 years.
Yeah.
And my wife can wear it. Meanwhile,
family royal jewels.
Yeah.
That get passed down, generation wealth. It ticks all the boxes for precious metal stacking, for wealth creation, for business growth opportunity, for making money. It ticks all the boxes. That's just like what you said. I was like, boom, in.
And all credit to people who buy it without seeing it. I mean, that's but when you see it in sunlight, I think you need to have something missing to not want it.
Dude.
Well, that's why I worked out a deal with Neil, so hopefully I'll see some of that this week. And
cool.
I'm going to give you a phone call tomorrow afternoon. That's why I asked if you're open tomorrow. I want to get for 2 weeks, but I called once, and then I've been busy ever since. And so this week is turning down a little bit, so I got some time to chat with you for a little bit, go over some.
I cannot see a downside. The price action since January 2017 started off at $560 something. It recently went over $1,500. It's around the $1,400. This is going to carry on going up 15% a year, in my opinion, till it thins out, and then it's just going to go vertical.
I think, like you said, it's going to go like this.
Yep.
And
unlike, I mean, silver is going to do something similar, but it will plateau out because at $200-300 an ounce, a lot of people will be just cashing their stack in. Mm-hmm. They'll be selling
or trading for gold, or trading for osmium,
trading for a house or for a farm or whatever. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Chess?
Yeah, I'm too excited. I'm stacking my gold for when that does happen to hopefully get my girls into a house is what my plan is. And then obviously building generational wealth and getting into this osmium stuff. And if people do cash in their silver at $300 an ounce, hopefully they're looking at for other investments, and that might turn to osmium is what the hope is.
Yeah, that is possible. They could overlap beautifully. I hadn't thought of that. That could be a real God-given opportunity. Yeah, I mean, wow.
Maybe we should do a 1-to-1 on silver when it hits 300 on our osmium per gram.
Yeah, that would be.
Just thinking out loud here, brother.
Sure. Well, you'd be moving from the crest into a rising, another rising metal, because at the moment it has had no real correlation with gold and silver. I mean, the ratio at the moment today is 18.4 times more expensive by weight. If gold goes to 5,000 this year, and it could do, now that ratio is 9.
Yeah.
Now the osmium is starting to look really, really cheap when it's 1,500 times rarer.
When does the next price adjustment happen for osmium later in the year?
So they've had a complicated way of adjusting it. I need to find out more, but they are changing the way they're doing it. So there will be a major adjustment in May at the annual symposium.
So we've got a couple of weeks then.
Yeah, so the symposium starts, I think it's on the 5th of May.
Where is that symposium held at?
It is in, oh my gosh, it's 90 miles south of Munich. Scarlett will kill me for not remembering the name.
Oh, so it's not here in North America then?
No, it's in Germany, yeah.
Yeah, it's in Europe.
Not like the Silver Symposium that happened, or symposium that happened in Vegas last
No,
year.
not at all.
Got it.
Hopefully, Ian will be able to do one here in America.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Ian?
Well, my lofty ambition is to help develop the market in the US. So the US is the largest market in the world.
Well, in the people per capita, that it should work out, and it is a free nation supposedly.
Well,
Yeah, I
fewer
mean
than most.
there is extensive wealth here still, and there's wealth fleeing here from other nations. So
Yeah, that's a big thing too.
I may have asked you this question before, Ian, but you have this on display at your brick and mortar, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
How often do people hear about this and come to your store and come looking for it or looking at it?
Sorry?
How many people come to your store asking for osmium?
Ooh. It's usually they come looking for silver and they leave with osmium. That's not unusual, actually. I've closed the sale on some silver, and I quite often think, well, do you know what? You need to have a look at this.
Yeah. So hard, tough question to answer. Then, so not too many people come in looking for it if they've heard about it and heard that you had it, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we've been pretty low key. We've not done much advertising at all. I don't know if you know, but we've just started sponsoring Commodity Culture, Jesse Day. So he's actually coming to the symposium, and he's actually going to do a very high quality documentary on the crystallized osmium as well. So I think with him coming to the symposium and his connections, I mean, he did a platinum documentary that's got 1.2 million views. So
awesome.
he's a real quality guy, comes from a broadcasting background, really skilled, really decent guy. So we're into our second month of sponsoring his channel. So I think that's going to get a lot of exposure and promotion.
What's up, Jeff?
Is that a YouTube channel that he has?
It's Commodity Culture.
I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, I've seen his programs. I saw an interview he did with you, actually.
He has some good guys on there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's had G. Edward Griffin, Rick Rule, Mark Vermeulen, Mark Faber.
Yep.
Yeah, he has some high quality.
It's got what, like
interviews.
80,000 subscribers or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you noticed an uptick in your store since you've been advertising with them, or are you advertising with them, or is the Osmium Institute?
No, we sponsor his channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying. The we is you with the Osmium Institute, correct?
Sorry.
The we is you and the Osmium Institute, or are you guys all considered one?
No, just ARC Silver Gold Osmium sponsor.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And that link that Neil just highlighted is the link for the 2024 Osmium Symposium, which is May 9th to 12th, 2024 at the Germany headquarters center in Kurgesta House.
Is that something that they'll be broadcasting, and will it be in English?
There will be. There'll be lots of filming. I mean, all the European press will be there for sure. Because it's pretty well known in Europe. I had a guy in the store from Spain. I think he was from Spain, or it might have been France, and he'd heard all about it. So he was intrigued to actually see it in Sleepy Jackson in Wyoming. So he'd heard all about it. So it's a lot more known in Europe. Family offices have been buying it since 2017, literally in boxes of $1 million worth at a time, or $1.5 million worth at a time. And they are using it very successfully to trade with each other off the books, 100% trusted transactions. It's an incredible, it's the most efficient, wealth dense way of doing a transaction with a tangible asset. you can hold in your hand enough to buy a $5-10 million trade, and independently verified. So it has an incredible potential use as that's high value transactions.
It's the most crypto-like precious metal out there.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that thing you just posted up there, Neil, with from Joseph Lopez about the grabbing a Libertad and throwing that a piece of osmium up in that.
I was thinking you could make the statue an osmium nipple ring for the Libertads.
Well,
that'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly easy to work with. You can bond it with any high quality jewelry, glue, epoxy, glue. You can even use a glue that will release the osmium over centigrade, so 70 centigrade. So you can dip your piece in boiling water and it will release the osmium. Pretty interesting.
I'm glad you started mentioning ways to adhere it to stuff, because that's been on my mind on how to do that.
And because it's the most inert substance, it's, as far as I'm aware, any glue will bond to it.
Right.
So your main consideration is, what are you bonding it to?
Yeah.
So if you've got a glue that works well with gold or silver or whatever you want to bond to,
that's the best glue to go with then.
Yeah.
Right on.
And it's really, I mean, our goldsmith, he was a bit nervous to start with, but he said it's really easy to work with. It's so robust. You'd have to really, really go at it hard to knock a crystal off it.
Yeah.
That would be another.
It's stronger than diamonds, so that doesn't.
It's more abrasive than diamond. It's similar hardness.
Oh, similar hardness and more abrasive.
But it's more abrasive, yeah.
Okay. That's what nickel stacking heard when he turned when his eye fell on the table and he went to pick it up and scratched it across. He was like, "Man, that is abrasive."
Yeah.
The crystal part was downward. I was like, "Yeah, it feels like 80 grit sandpaper, probably."
40. Yeah.
40? Okay.
3. Yeah.
I'm glad you knew that right off the bat. You're a construction guy, that you'd know.
Yeah.
It's awesome. So back to your symposium in Germany. Will they? Do you know if they'll broadcast it and if so in English? Oh, can't get the top of it.
I don't know if they'll do live broadcasting. I'm sure there probably will be some in German for the German market. I'm sure there'll be some segments. But so no, that I don't know yet.
Maybe they ought to do a online next symposium. They have an online section for it for American brethren.
All the information for that symposium, though, is on that the website link that I just dropped.
Yeah, all the information would be. Let me get back up here.
The whole schedule, the itinerary, everything.
There we go.
I'll have to rewatch. I can't see the chat from.
Chad was talking there about heating it up. That's the one thing you don't want to do to osmium. You don't want to get it over 400 centigrade.
That's kind of hard to do at a house.
Well, yeah, you've got no house if you've got.
Yeah. In other words, it wouldn't be, if you're getting it that hot, either you were intentionally throwing flame or heat at it in a confined area, or you're an arsonist that's burning the house down.
But for setting it in a coin, I mean, Space Miner he's nailed it. I mean, I presume he's used a 4mm end mill bit in a mini mill machine. So my friend Ryan, he's just made a batch of 15 dice, and he's machined out a recess to take the osmium for the dots on the dice. So that's the best way if you're going to insert it into a solid face, is just to machine out the recess.
Yeah. So that would be great content for some of the people here that have YouTube channels too, is while you're actually working with it and making the pieces, record that.
Yeah.
Record it.
That would definitely be very interesting to see how Chad did it with that coin. Or not Chad, excuse me, Space Miner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel some people may not want to divulge it, if they have special skills or intellectual property.
Uh,
But
you know,
I think most people, be pretty open.
Yeah.
that's why I like to start a group to share information and knowledge so we can all gain from each other's information, knowledge, and experience. Everyone bringing something to the table of some segment of life that'll be helpful. It's just everything works better that way because the more minds you bring to a thing, the better the thing is. Because the more encompassing it is, and the more knowledge you bring to that thing, whatever the thing is. In this case, osmium and jewelry sales.
Yep, leverage.
Yeah, and like I said, someone will know someone. Like I have access. The guy next door's wife, she's a director and producer of movies and commercials and stuff like that. She's got some killer camera equipment. I used that camera equipment to cut the commercial that I'm going to be doing with the osmium stuff. So I got availability to a higher level of equipment than I could get just because I know them. So that advantageous like that. Everyone's got a little something they can. I know someone instead of if one person tried it, you'd have to buy half the stuff and pay for half the stuff. There were people would say, "Oh no, I know someone. They can, yeah, oh no, I know someone." That type of thing. It's just if everyone's working to this one goal, it's achievable. It's very achievable, especially with this amazing, once in a lifetime product and opportunity. And it is a once in a lifetime because when it goes, you'll be I don't know. I guess auctioneers will be making money on it. But after it's all mined out and sold out, the only people making money are the people selling it. So let's buy it, make some stuff, and make some money. Turn this thing around, show the Europeans that America's great, not only because we're great, because we can sell stuff.
And like I said, last time I checked, profit's legal.
Yeah. For now.
Until we get taxed on it.
Man, that's another great thing, being so early. It takes and we could probably have this stuff sold out before they even get to that. Because as long as it takes bureaucracy to do stuff, it'd probably take them a good year and a half, 2 years to come up with legislation to tax it. And by then, if we could have all the above ground storage sold out to where it wouldn't be advantageous to even bring the bill up because there'd be so few sales on it because there's going to be that little left. So we have that opportunity if we go even faster with the sales of it to do virtually a tax-free business, to an extent.
Less work for us with reporting taxes and collecting it and all that kind of BS. And then if you take in so much, then you got to do it quarterly instead of yearly. I had my business in California for 18 years, and that was enough.
Yeah. No, it definitely doesn't need to be located here in California if you open a business.
And then they'll just send you a letter out of the blue saying, okay, now you're doing it once a month. Now you're doing it once a quarter. Then they put it back to once a month. It was just.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I lost my business because of California regulation and taxes. It sucks.
I sold my business because I was over it. It's just I owned a car dealership, and every month they would send me some kind of bill or tax on something. Like my equipment I spent a ton of money on. They taxed me every year. They called it a user tax. I said, like my engine hoist or my brake lays, they would say, well, you spent $250,000 in equipment and we're going to tax you on that equipment because you're using that equipment to make money. Well, how's that different from a mechanic using a wrench to fix a car? Why don't they tax on that? And while I'm at it, what about the dentist that has to pay for that dental chair? And what about that doctor that has to pay for that apparatus that you got to, that goes around your head when you're at the dentist office? I mean, it's so unfair. I just got tired of how it all worked. So, I mean, it was crazy. You wonder why dealerships charge you $200-300 an hour to work on your cars. It's because we get taxed to death. And workman's comp is the second highest in the nation behind roofers.
Yeah, and you got to pay a year in advance for that insurance.
Yes, you do. And if you underbid it, then you get fined.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, I started off, believe it or not, it's a great name, Han Solo Ironworks. I had it. I had the business license through the state and everything. Paid for the workman's comp for a year. Was getting my insurance, my liability, and all the other insurances together. And then COVID comes along and state shut down.
Yeah.
And it took me like 6 months to get paperwork done that should have taken 2 weeks. And I had already put so much money out, and I still couldn't do business.
But now you've morphed into the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, I need to warp into something because Han Solo's ironwork took a crap.
So Ian, now you know why it's so attractive to us that are here in California, because it's
Yeah, for
you
real.
really can't, honestly, you can't really get ahead. I mean, you can, but it depends what career you choose. But to be the small business guy, you know, this seems like an ideal opportunity to get on the ground floor. If it only lasts 2 years, then
Perfect.
Then you'll be getting weekly orders from us, and hopefully we can be moving whatever jewelry or whatever we're going to try and get across the table. My goal is to try to get as much selection of osmium in my wheelhouse, so that
that's my.
I do coin shows. This is a hobby. I'm not a dealer. I'm just a hobbyist. So I'll just have my osmium out there.
That's what I hope, not only to make money, but for each and every one. And so I like hearing you say that, and I like hearing Tully say she's not going to get rid of any of hers. I'd like to see us make money off of making this jewelry so we could increase our own personal stacks and our own personal jewelry and our own personal bank accounts.
Yeah. That was another question.
Win.
Yeah. So Ian, so if we do decide, let's just say I'm going to make it very simple. I'm going to use Neil's example. He's making the nose rings. He patents those and sends those to you guys. You guys say, okay, it's good. We're going to put that on our site. Can somebody else buy that same piece and do that same product and offer that on the same website with you guys, or does he have basically a patent pending on his stuff?
I mean,
load that on the same website and cut him or anybody else out.
I think the first person who gets a piece ready, whether it's been sold or marketed or not, but has actually created a piece and gets it on the site. Yeah, I think we'd need some decorum that you're not going to get 10 other people trying to sell the same piece like you get on Temu or one of those crap Chinese sites. Yeah, no.
It's exactly what was wrong with the question, too.
I think, we'd need to form some sort of, have some sort of panel moderating. No, you're just copying Space Miners. No, you can't. Not on site. Yeah. There need to be, I think there needs, or at least the person who's put the piece on there first would say, yeah, that's fine. I don't, that's fine. I'm okay with that. And then but without that, you don't want 100 slight variations of the same thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. That's the only thing that has me hesitating on this, because if I go full force with this and get our stuff to market here, my goal is, once I get it, to have it ready to go within 2 weeks with Neil, and then send a piece off to you or back to Neil, then have him send it to you. And then if we get the go ahead on this, then how soon do you think that website will be up for us to get our product to market?
I've got a friend who potentially could do it. I can check in with him next week. He's offered an incredible amount of help. I'm trying to think where he saw the Osmium. I think it was in Arcadia, when I was on Arcadia Economics. So I'll talk to him, see what his availability is. If he can't do it straight away, we can, some of you guys might know somebody who would step in.
But to make a website?
Yeah. Where we could do the sales and all that stuff and have it formatted for that. I
don't know necessary sales. I think as a showcase, keep it as a classy, as like a high-end catalog. Maybe with videos of the makers and stuff, content.
There you go. I like that.
A library of content and designs and pieces, and then that would take you to however the person, because a lot of people might just want to answer the phone and sell the piece. They don't want to have a card payments and all of that hassle. A lot of you guys might just.
So the people we would direct people to the website. They would get an overview of what is available. They say
exactly, so they could browse all of the products available, and then get led to that person however they want to do sales. And eventually, maybe we could build in something to handle orders. I mean, that might be helpful. But
Hey,
if we just start it as a showcase, I think it will multiply the value of each person's designs and ideas.
So yeah, so Neil, to on your end of it, what you want to do with the group that we have here, most everybody here that's on this channel usually has been here multiple times and are interested in doing this group.
Yeah.
So what we would do as a whole is that let's just say this is going to be, I'm just to use round numbers. There's 10 of us that say we're signing an agreement. Let's go. So the 10 of us would have this website on there, and it would direct us to each individual's deal. Should we tie into that group? Hey, if you want to order it, you can order it here from this website instead of having to go to that individual person.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. My knowledge on all of this stuff is pretty limited.
Same here.
We did dabble with Shopify. I wasn't impressed.
Yeah. Do you see Julie's question?
Yes. So as far as I'm aware, osmium is completely in crystallized form, is pretty well impervious. So I don't think there's any, short of crushing it, I don't think you can really harm it. Yeah. So there's no moisture issue for sure.
So you don't have to store it like silver, where you want to keep the moisture out of there and all that kind of stuff.
It's the most inert element. There is no element or compound that is more inert. There's no acid or alkali that will touch it, or mix of acid or alkali,
or make it change color or anything else. Any dyes, anything like that. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no heat treatment.
Just don't heat it over 400 centigrade.
Yeah, that's an amazing large number to heat something to.
So it's more inert than diamond, because I think there's a mix of acid and alkali you can make that will dissolve diamond.
Julie's got another good question there for you.
Could it damage the metal?
Yes.
It's no.
No?
Because it is so inert, I cannot see that it would cause any corrosion due to the different electrical potential.
Oh, corrosion. I was thinking of actual damage. I was like, yeah.
Definitely damage. Yeah.
Yeah, you can,
physically.
It's strong. It could scratch gold. It could scratch, but the chemical change.
It's not going to form a chemical reaction like a battery.
No.
Because we were talking about putting, I'm going to use an example that I saw. Let's take a black opal. Let's say you want to put a piece of osmium in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Will adhering that osmium to the opal damage the opal or the osmium? I think the answer is no.
Not chemically. No. Yeah. Not chemically.
If you put it in wrong and you actually scratch the osmium piece, could scratch the opal in this particular scenario using opal while you're installing it into its insert area of the opal. It could scratch the opal. The opal could not damage the osmium. In that scenario. Other than that, there'd be no, like Dean said, there's no chemical.
It's the most inert element.
Yeah. There's nothing.
It's just not going to react with anything. Yeah.
Don't get bitten by any scorpions. He's out in the desert right now.
Julie always has great questions, so that's I always say that she's kind of like me. She's more of the product end of it. I'm more of the business, trying to find out how both sides work for everybody. So I like what I'm hearing. So
it's I mean the ideas just come all the time. I mean, Scarlett is sending us a couple of 4mm squares, and I said, "Oh, have you got any earring ideas?" And she sent us a picture of some earrings with the 4mm squares, and they're just set in standard mounts that you can get for like $90.
Yeah, kind of generic mounts.
Yeah, but it doesn't look anything like a diamond or a stone, an ordinary gemstone set in that mount. It just transforms.
Nickel was telling me about some places where you could go to get the 2mm square.
There's hundreds of thousands of pieces you can buy for close to spot, which are just waiting. Literally, there's companies, that's all they do. They churn out pieces of gold. They add 2 or 3% over spot, and that's how they make their, they're selling bullion in effect as blanks, making rings, earrings, necklaces, pendants. I was surprised talking to my goldsmith how affordable it is even to get custom work done. A lot of these goldsmiths are really, really reasonable what they charge for the skills they have.
But one thing is the crystallized osmium. That's where you're going to be making the money, most of the money for when you stick it into the jewelry.
Ian, a question for you: the
Sure.
folks that are getting the osmium for you, they're building their jewelry and they're selling it. And if you don't have to disclose this if you don't want to, but
Sure.
talking to my jewelers that I'm talking to about this, they say their average markup on their jewelry pieces is 400%. Is that realistic?
That's not unusual. I mean, if you bought 2 of the 4mm squares and they cost you, we looked up the 4mm for 4mm, they were like 100. Say they were $190 for those, and it was $90 for the mounts. So you spent $400 including the labor. Yeah, you'd probably double up on that easily.
So
$800,000, $900,000.
So yeah, I mean, my instinct is to put a lower markup because I want to get it out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Get the product. I don't want it to be inaccessible to the average person.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. That between the 2 and 3 millimeters and stuff, try to keep that. That would be my ideal because we want to try. I know Neil, you and I chatted, so this. I mean, there's all different levels, but we got to start somewhere. So test drive it with the cheaper stuff and see how it goes.
Yeah,
and if
it'll be like lobsters and potatoes. Lobsters and potatoes started off as a poor man's food. Now look at where they're at.
Exactly.
Well, I think it's fairly new. These products are brand new to the retail market.
Exactly.
And so I think, I'm kind of visualizing a jeweler working with it and trying to sell it. Well, the customer is likely not going to know anything about osmium. So the jeweler's going to actually have to educate them.
Well, having said that, the first bracelet we had made, it had a 9mm round on one end and a 4 on the other end. We had it made and we had it up for, I think, $4,200. We had it out in Jackson Hole in the square for the Fall Arts Festival. We had a stand, and a lady from Wisconsin apparently walked up, saw it, bought it before I knew anything about it. My wife sold it. And I said, "Did you tell her about osmium?" She saw it sparkle in the sunlight and bought it.
No, I didn't tell her about osmium.
You didn't need to know about osmium.
Yeah, exactly.
Now she does, because I made sure we tracked her down and told her about osmium.
So it speaks for itself, is what you're saying.
Pretty impressive.
Yes. In sunlight, there is nothing comes close. The movement, the life it has, diamond parve cannot come close to it. And with diamond parve, there's always a risk you knock a stone out. Now you've got to take it back to your jeweler and give them $100 to set another little stone in for the missing one. And the diamonds have zero value once they're all in little pieces and set in parve. The raw material has zero value permanently, and it takes a huge amount of labor. I mean, I don't know. I need to. I mean, how many diamonds would it take to make that watch face? 500,000.
Oh man, yeah, good.
There's got to be 500 points there, isn't there?
I was thinking more like 5,000 of those small diamonds to make something like that.
So could it be done? Yes, but it wouldn't have that reflectivity because the diamonds would have metal around to hold the diamonds in.
Yeah.
So and somebody asked me the question pretty early on. They said, "Well, do you think it'll ever replace diamonds?" And I was just about to say, "Well, of course it can. It's superior, blah, blah, blah." And I thought, you know what? There's no way it can really touch the diamond market because there's not enough of it. Diamonds are common.
Did you see that question that was just up on the screen there? Neil, can you put that back up?
Yeah. Where did it go to? Damn it. There it is.
4mm. So 2x2 is 4 square millimeters, and a 4x4 is 16. So yeah, 4.
Yeah.
I like when those questions pop up because we're all getting more information by that. There's no such thing as a dumb question. And
the only dumb question is the one you did not ask. I'll say that right now. Every other question, it might aggravate a couple people because it's been answered, or the other people might know it's not a stupid question though. It's only stupid if you don't ask it, because it does bring value to someone in the conversation arena.
And I can give a good reference to it. So I've got a friend, he's been stacking 65 years. He's 87 years old. He's starting a business in Texas selling osmium rings. He's been stacking gold and silver for 65 years. He is now stopping stacking. He's stacking osmium now.
When you see something good, it doesn't matter how old you are. You see something good, you're drawn to it. It's good, people. It's good. This is opportunity of a lifetime, in my personal opinion. And in any other opinion I'd give, I'd say the same thing. This is a not even once in a lifetime. This is never.
It's once.
Opportunity.
It's once.
Yeah. It's never happened before.
Yeah.
This is the 8th precious metal being introduced for the first time for us to be able to touch without a corrosive effect, because of the crystalline formation that they've been able to create it, or have it be created in through the high temperature smelting process and gasiation process that makes these crystals grow. It's never been technology is allowing this for the first time.
It's
never going to be able to do it again. It's gone.
To boil osmium, they have to take it over 9,000 Fahrenheit.
It's extremely.
So my question to you, Ian, the gentleman that's in Texas that is now stacking osmium instead of gold, is he taking his gold and silver that he stacked, melting that down to help make jewelry to move his osmium?
No, he's keeping his gold and silver. He's been a real smart businessman, so he's got income. So his disposable income is buying osmium, and
so he's just stacking osmium then, like we just like the last show that I was talking about. That hey, I'm looking at this twofold. I'm looking at stacking it later when they sell out of it, and I'm looking to process and market what we have.
Sure,
continuous weight in motion to create more income and to buy more osmium.
Upscaling the value. Yeah,
exactly. There you go.
This encompasses everything that stacking that I have heard from stackers. This product encompasses everything 10x.
Well, because of its uniqueness, its scarcity, its beauty, it's going to be really easy to sell pieces.
Dude, if people get excited about buying diamonds by looking at them, what was it? There's a saying I used to use. It was if you like gold, you're going to love, or no, if you like silver, you're going to love platinum. And for this one, I'm like, oh gosh, I already forgot my saying that I said. If you like diamonds, you're going to love crystallized osmium, because diamonds have a shine to them, but crystallized osmium takes the cake. As far as sparkle, as far as noticeability, every attribute people buy diamonds for, crystallized osmium gives you more than a diamond gives you in that attribute. Okay, we don't have 20 years to convince people of this, to show people this, because it's going to be gone, and people are going to be waking up to the value of it after it's been reevaluated through the roof and unavailable, which makes it unobtainium. What happens with things when they're unobtainium? Well, they're typically unaffordium. So if you have some, let's get together and get some, make some money on it, stack it, use the profit to stack more, make jewelry, make money, create generational wealth. Another stackers community thing, creating generational wealth through rings, earrings, nose rings, pendants, belt buckles, things that we create to gain the value of this product in its use. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just like win, win, win. I've never seen a product like this.
Ian, I take it that you have all these grades of sparkle at your shop. Is it what, 0 through 5? Or
yeah, we've normally got pieces 1 through 5. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But it is hard to keep it in stock. We sell it as fast as we can get it in at the moment.
What's up, Anti?
But it's pretty quick to get it in. We can get it in normally in 7 business days from Germany, so it's not too bad. the
What's
timeline.
the alternator?
Do you have a decent supply now, or is it you're ordering as you get the orders, or how does it working for you?
We're pretty sold out, so yeah, we're waiting for our next batch to come in.
And you just showed me that batch you got. He was proud. I was 2 weeks ago. He was showing all these boxes of stuff. And I was like, "Yeah, they're
gone.
Three days, they're gone." Yeah,
So
that's why we need to get this thing
So you're
started.
seeing an uptick in momentum. What's going on? Because before you said you had supplies, and now you're ordering it in, and it's going out as fast as you get it in. So we are seeing an uptick in what's going on in the osmium world.
Yes, and their demand is greater at the moment than their capacity to cut and register photographs, scan, and enter into the database.
Yeah. This time, what we're seeing now, I'd like to say, is a administrative.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a supply clog yet.
They will increase, their capacity will increase with the new facility. I mean, obviously they've had time diverted to getting that set up. You've got to move equipment, bring in new equipment, train more people up. But they pretty well nailed the production. Back in June last year, they're pretty convinced they've reached the peak production rate. That they've pushed the envelope to make it as efficient as possible. I think they've had a few explosions and stuff. And
when do you see them opening up the secondary, the new place? Because we saw pictures of it a couple of shows ago that you'd showed where they're
the new building.
Built. Yeah, that's beautiful, by the way. But how when will it be up and operational? They have a target
in
date?
May. In May, it's coinciding with the symposium.
Okay.
Yeah. So the opening of the symposium
is at the new facility.
Yeah. Okay. Right on.
And did they plan on the new facility will increase production? Is that was the goal?
I'm sure they'll have increased capacity for doing the cutting and entering in scanning, photographing, entering into the database. They're also going to have an incredible showroom. So it will become a destination for people in Europe to go and have a look at, a large range of osmium products.
At the high-end Jewelry Marks sales end.
And Space Miner rounds. Yeah.
And that's going to help everyone here in America.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, again, it's like typically throw a stone in water, you only get to enjoy the ramifications of one or two of the ripples. Mm-hmm. This product allows you to encompass and enjoy all the ripples that'll be thrown from that rock hitting that water.
Everyone who has success with it, that will lead to more success for other people who are involved in it. Yeah. Because it's not, there's no exclusivity.
And that's another thing I like about it.
I mean, they're very careful who they have as their representatives. It takes multiple interviews and an interview in person to actually represent the product. So they're incredibly careful. Interesting question from Jay there. So at the moment, we are the secondary market. We've not had anybody ask to sell a piece back to us. So liquidity is an issue, and an issue a lot of people have decided at the moment not to pursue it because they see, well, what if I want to sell it in a rush? So it's definitely a medium-term tangible asset. But having said that, we've just seen with Neil and a few other people buying the 2mm square. That's superseded their production rate of the 2mm square.
Pretty much. A quick squeeze was put on by a few people. Another example that I'd love that you brought up. That's another example of why we all need to get in this quick, because it was that small amount of purchasing in a small of the part of this market that squeezed it. Dude, it's like we're winning the lotto and it's happening in front of our face. Let's win the lotto and bring the money in.
So I would say it's going to be a pretty liquid market if you need to sell back.
So
the more time that goes by, the more people will out, because what we're doing by promoting it is we're promoting the secondary market as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and actually the ripple that expands out from that will continue to grow after we sell out. So it's going to be a growing market after we finish selling.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody wants some 2mm squares and they call me up and I say, well, it's going to be 15 days because they got to cut and certify some, maybe 20 days. And they ring Neil up. Yeah, I'll sell you mine for $35 each. It's like,
Yeah.
so,
and it's already, the squeeze already happened. How many weeks has this been?
and if you're making
how long have we been waiting for silver,
and if you're making a product that's going to sell for $200-$300 and it's got $60 of Osmium in it, well, you'll probably pay it a 90 to be able to make your product, and you just charge a little bit more for your product because your product's selling because it's unique and it's practically a one-off. So once you build a recognition of what you're making and you reach a modest target audience, you won't be able to make them fast enough.
Stay with the Han Dynasty. I've already put a squeeze on the precious metals industry that they didn't even realize happened yet.
Yeah.
Instead of the Hunt brothers, it's the Han brothers.
Yeah, the Han brothers squeeze in osmium.
There you go. Yeah, and so you haven't had anybody try to sell back osmium at all, then, correct? You haven't had any.
No. I mean, when I'm consulting with a client, they've typically got a fair amount of silver and a bit of gold. And, one way to look at it on the traditional stacking, it's a very sound diversification. It's useful to have a range of metals and in different forms. It just gives you a lot more flexibility when you choose to sell or if you need to sell. So
have you had discussions with them to say, okay, if someone comes back to us with a piece, have you guys come up with a percentage back of, this is huge round numbers. If they spent $200 on it, it was a done piece, and you say, okay, we'll take it back, but we're going to take it back at 2% back or 3% back, because you have to do either the person that owns the osmium has to do the paperwork, releasing them out of their name back to you, correct?
Yes. Yeah. So you get a 6-digit alphanumeric OCC code, and that's linked to an email of your choice and a phone number of your choice, and in the US, you declare a state of your choice. So those are the 3 data points in the system: a name, a phone number, an email, and a US state.
And there's no cost to that, too, correct?
No.
Okay.
No. And the beauty is of it, not only is it recognizable if it's in the box by its QR code, it's also identifiable by appearance. I can take a quality picture of that, send it to the Institute, and they will tell me what its original alphanumeric code is. You can see on the box there, it's got that long alphanumeric code D4QY99.
Yep.
So from its appearance, it can be matched to that code as well. And so then I would know if I'm buying it from its actual owner, because otherwise I'm not going to buy it.
Well, exactly. That's what my point was. I'm just looking to see, and they have no plans to charge for that in the future. That just comes with the osmium as a whole, and once it sells out.
because it's of no. I mean, they're maintaining that database, whatever. So it's no cost to them for someone to access it and change the.
Gotcha.
They're maintaining the database and the security around it, so it doesn't take any live human intervention.
Gotcha. You see Julie's question up there?
Ambassadors. Well, I think anybody who's interested in talking about it is an ambassador, aren't they? Really, I guess.
She might want an official capacity.
I was thinking she was shooting for a job, but I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Julie wants to create her own stuff and be your own boss and be your own business.
Yeah,
that's the sense that I get from watching her doing her own pours and doing what she does. I mean, just an outsider looking in, that would be my guess as to what's going on. But I think that's a great question, because as it grows, is the company looking to get some that kind of reputation, or
No,
sorry,
absolutely. I mean,
Uh-uh.
people can either work with us and we'll give commission on further sales they generate. The commission structure is pretty reasonable. They're very fair how they work it out, the Institute. So, yeah, there is potential to build a business selling it on commission. Yeah.
So I've got another question. Has the Osmium Institute or yourself come up with a display for the Osmium like this? Let's just say I am an ambassador, and how
Okay.
do I promote that? I would need some kind of something to display our wares and what we're presenting to the public. Something like you said, from a 1 to a 5, sparkle grade, and all that kind of stuff. Have you guys come up with some kind of example or something that, if we decide to jump in and do this, and we want to have something to show people what the differences are, to basically say, well, I only have the 2, but I want a 4 or 5, and I'd have to order that. But if I show them that in a display, they would say, oh, yes, that's what I want, or no, that's what I want.
I like your thinking. I'm taking notes on this first time I've taken notes this evening. So I like your thinking. So a palette of osmium basically on the sparkle grade would be.
I'm just going to use my analogy of what my background is, which is automotive.
Yeah.
When I'm selling cars and I've got
you would have paint swatches,
and I have 6 different colors.
Yes, Ian, exactly.
Yeah, I like it.
They got what they want. So I'm thinking, well, if I have a display that I can say, hey, here's what it looks like, take it out in the sun, or if I'm at a show and say, here's the sparkle grades. If I don't have what you want, what do you want? And I can have it you. And
I love it. So what I'm seeing 5 4mm squares in a box like this, lined up neatly. So you could
sparkle grade.
You could see the difference and the because there is a nuance. I mean, between a 3 and a 4.
I haven't. I'm sorry, my wheels. The mouse is catching up with the wheel here. So what we do is you take the sparkle grade and we take the letters and we spell out osmium, O in the 1, and so basically we say osmium as in the letters with the different sparkle grades as we spell the letters.
I think the squares would be better because you've got a bigger surface area.
Okay.
I think the squares would work better at showing the transition.
They would, because if you notice the H that I had, it really didn't represent because it's narrow.
Yeah,
it's big as far as space goes, but the actual osmium part of it's narrow to make the H, and it's not really giving a full representation of the glimmer of the colors. I agree with Ian on that one.
That is a great idea, OC Stack, and I'm pretty convinced when I talk that through with Ingo, they will put that into play.
Well, if they put it to fruition, I just want one display case for myself so I can use the product.
Yep.
And that way, in case of a boating accident, we all know what happens with us stackers and boating accidents.
Yeah, all one and the same. So awesome. All right, but I've got to do a live tomorrow with Surfer in the morning, and then after that, I think Ian, you'll be receiving a call from me finally.
No, thank you for that idea. I'm 99% certain, probably after the symposium, that they'll start launching a sample pack like that, and I would have thought we'd be able to get it done at a reasonable discount as well, because it's a great promotional thing for the Institute to do. So I'm sure I could persuade them to do it at a discount.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'd buy it because I would want it just for myself anyhow. I mean, that would be part of my stack, is what I would consider. So if they just if I came up with the idea and they put it to fruition and they can give me a discount on it, I want to hook my boy Neil up, and anybody that joins our group, to hook them up with the same. Yeah, and let's put it forward.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment you could obviously build your own. You could order in the squares, but having said that, quite often they're out of the lower grades, the finer crystallization. They're out of stock. Mm-hmm. So to be able to have a set that's always available, so you can just order a set of 5 pieces.
You'd want a piece big enough. You'd want a piece big enough in that display to you want
at least 4 millimeter, right?
Think 4 millimeter square. 4 millimeter square would be perfect. Yeah. The Broke Stacker outside of jewelry. Yes, there are a few uses, and one which was really stuck in my mind was Space Miner had the idea, if you had a piece of osmium set in a key and then in the lock you had a laser that would scan the piece of osmium. There's no way you could duplicate that key.
Yeah, you'd have to change.
Zero
Yeah.
chance of cracking that lock. That laser would have to read that piece of. It would be better. It would actually be better than an eye scan or a fingerprint.
Yeah, because there's more points.
So for security use, yes, absolutely, but also for high value transactions. You know, if you have a bundle of discs in a tube, you've got $1 million.
Yeah.
You could take it if you got like the dice we're making, the 1.5 silver ounce dice will take 21 3mm osmium diamonds. Well, that's going to be roughly $2,000 of osmium in a dice. Who is going to stop and check you and ask you what that dice is if they check your luggage and it's in with a pack of playing cards and a board game or something?
Yeah, exactly.
So you've got $2,000, and if you had that with the heat sensitive glue, you want to release them, you dip your dice in boiling water and pop them out one at a time, making sure you record which one is which.
Yep.
So for transporting wealth, for high value trusted transactions, I think that was an idea Ingo's had for a long time. And when he came to visit last year, I ran it by him, and of course he'd already thought of it. But you could have a system where anywhere in the world you could go to, say, a Western Union, you could give them 50,000 equivalent USD, and you get the osmium disk, or vice versa.
Yeah, but it would be
100% trusted.
Yeah, high dollar amount though transfers.
Yeah. So for high value transactions, for coding, for entry systems, I think there's going to be lots more uses than just jewelry.
But all those uses make the jewelry aspect of it more valuable.
Yep. Yeah. It would make the best abrasive, but that would really be criminal to use it as sandpaper, wouldn't it?
That would be very criminal.
Hey, Neil, you had a question on before that last one that was pretty good. It went by pretty quick. I didn't finish reading, but it looked like it was a good question. I can't remember who posed it.
Hey, what's up, Paula K? I didn't see you come in. Sorry about that, girl. Let's see.
Which sparkle grade sells the best? 2 to 3s sparkle grades. The lighter sparkle hearts have been selling incredibly well because they start around $120, and you get a lot of surface area for that. They make great pieces of jewelry. But generally 2 to 3s pretty popular. The 5s less so, because you're paying twice as much for the same surface area. But then I've had a few people say, I want a sparkle 5. They want the thickest piece with the biggest crystals.
So I think that was a question. Yeah, so osmium as a security feature.
Yeah. That was one of the things when I first saw it. I thought, oh my gosh, this is an uncrackable code. You cannot defeat this. It's incorruptible, uncrackable, unforgeable. And you add it's the densest element as well. So you can't substitute. You can't cheat on it, as it wouldn't have the right specific gravity. Not replicable.
Yep.
And the only precious metal with a beautiful blue color as well.
My favorite color.
Yeah.
It does flow to the reflecting the
in sunlight. You really notice the blues, don't you, Neil?
Yeah. That spectrum of the light spectrum, as if you look at like a rainbow for light spectrums, it's on the blue to purple is what I see every time I see it outside. I see that hue.
Yeah.
So
do you think that has to do with the blue sky actually reflecting on it, or do you think it's still?
Whoa! Now I used to know enough physics to know why the sky
light rays
was blue.
It's when light rays cross over each other. The most visible to the individual's light perspective as they cross over will be left in the visual spectrum, and the other one will be like negated. And
Okay.
because this has so many crossovers of that light spectrum, that's why I find it interesting that it goes
get
to
the blue.
bluish, purplish
Right.
end of the light spectrum after all that reflecting light. I have problems with those two.
Does that explain why the blue roofs in Hawaii didn't burn?
Oh man, that's another scientific problem. You got to look at a lot of different conditions other than just the roofs. Because I actually lived in a town in Italy, and in 1973, that town burnt down. None of the houses did, though, and the fire came up within 1 foot of every house. And the reason why those houses didn't burn down and everything else did, including cars and everything else, and this is in 1972, 73, before lasers and conspiracy theories and all, was we had 1 foot of white rock around every stucco-based house. And there was a town of about 500 people that we lived in. And as that fire swooped across and through that area, it left every house because they had 1 foot fire break. So you can conspiracy all you want. I have lived through seeing a town survive a fire running through the town and burn everything except for the buildings because of the fire codes those smart Italians had in the 70s.
Yeah.
So there's always a good explanation.
What got me though with that was how aluminum rims were melting, but the pavement was not.
There's a lot to be said for what type of aluminum. There's so many. If you go to like try to stacking aluminum and you want to stack aluminum, you'll find there's like aluminum 2403, aluminum 6847
alloys.
Yeah. Then you start going to the aluminum that they used in spacecraft and space engines or in airplanes, and you're getting into another. So there's lots of different alloys.
Probably the reason, Neil, is you remember the Falklands War?
Yeah.
There was an aluminum hull ship hit by a missile. It burned.
Yeah.
So 800 centigrade aluminum will just burn.
Yeah, and like a matchstick.
So that's probably what happened to those alloy wheels. They would just literally self-combust at some point. And just burn.
At one point, a small little fracture in that wheel or an imperfection in the manufacturing of that type of aluminum.
Because if
you like with osmium, you know, a little piece of crack and like with Sal's osmium, a little crack, it starts to go. So you have a little piece of that aluminum hub that's got a crack, highly possible, very feasible, and then it gets heated up inside that crack where it's not as well protected. And like Ian just said, it like self-combusts.
Aluminum has a low melting point as well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. But I mean, there's arguments 2 and 4. Will we ever really know the truth? Does it really matter? If we did know the truth, what would we do with it? So some roads, when you go down them, you got to ask continuing questions. One that I always end up asking is, okay, well, if I do find out the truth, what will I do with that information? Will it be of advantage to me, or will it just be for me to go and no one else in the world know about it? So is it worth it?
You'll just find out that you've been lied to.
Or find out another case where you've been lied to. Exactly.
Yeah, that's about it.
You know, so I don't like focusing on that type of scenario because we will never know. You know, there's so many governments that hate us. There's so many governments that love us. What are the possibilities? Endless. Will we ever know? Probably not. But what we do know is crystallized osmium's here right now, and we don't need to be distracted from that and pull a squirrel move and forget about it, because that's how fast this is going to be gone.
In an incredibly beautiful hexagonal crystal form. So the layers pretty well reflect the sunlight straight back at you, and that's why it gets its intense sparkle.
And I still want pictures in the magnified form in color, and do like posters out of them, because I think they're just gorgeous. And that's the magnified vision of the crystal, and I find it to be gorgeous enough to be a postcard or a big poster.
I got a little bit of eye candy on the share screen there, Neil, for anyone that's new coming in or new to osmium or watching the playback.
Okay, hold on. Add to stage.
Yeah,
All
I'll
right,
just
hold on.
let me show this for a quick couple seconds.
Let me give it
It
full
is,
screen
it's
here.
nice eye candy.
Now, see, what's that? That's a 5 or 6 millimeter.
It will say on the
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
D7. It's a 7.
A 7 meter. Okay, 7 millimeter. Yeah, D7. Okay, right on. That's actually large. And hold it right there, JM. Okay, let me just guess here right off the bat. The one to the left would be a Sparkle 1. The one to the right would be a Sparkle 5.
I think it's a magnified picture, isn't it?
Yes.
The one on the right.
I didn't think that it is. I thought that it was two different discs.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
it's a
right.
magnified. It's a magnified picture on the right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That now, yeah. Wow, you can even see the color at the top of the picture on the right. You can see the purple and or the green and the red and the yellow right there where your cursor is on that enhanced image. That's wow.
Paul K just asked, what does it cost? So it's 18.4 times more expensive in gold per gram, or weight for weight, but it's 1,500 times more scarce. And that's in its non-crystalline form. In its crystalline form, I'm guessing we're probably looking at 3,000 times more scarce than gold, because they're not going to crystallize all of the raw osmium.
There's Jay's asking, are there
Yeah.
1 or 2 grades? But I think that there's 5 grades, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, there's 1 to 5. I mean, they could do 1 to 100.
Yeah.
There's a transition across the 3. So a high 3 is going to be almost identical to a low 4. So they could do 10, 12 grades. Yeah.
And I've already noticed that. I'm going to say that here, and I don't, this is to help everyone here. When you're doing the purchasing of this stuff, if you want the higher sparkle, because Ian, I'm glad you mentioned this, and I hate to undercut the Osmium Institute on a little bit of money here, but if you were to get when you go through the list and you see at the bottom list right before it turns to Sparkle 4, from Sparkle 3 to Sparkle 4, get the Sparkle 3. It'll probably look the same as that Sparkle 4.
You'll be very close if the weight.
Yeah, the weight is where exactly,
and the average thickness is almost identical.
Yes, I've noticed that, and I was. That's what I was. My next order. I was going to go ahead and pull that one, but I might leave.
I mean, there is a complication as well. You could have 2 sparkle-free pieces, and they will have a different average thickness, just because of the process. So they crystallize this in 4.5-inch discs. So being a crystallization process, you're not going to get perfection. They're aiming for uniformity of crystal structure and crystal height, but you will get a varying thickness even in the same sparkle grade. So it's a guide.
Yeah, it's just like again, going back to what we already know as stackers. If you really look at it, you can find a little bit of a nuance to get an angle deal. Yeah. That's what I love about this. It's like it's everything
like a proof finish versus a matte finish.
It's beautiful. This is just a once and forever opportunity. I hope everyone gets to.
Thinking since the pricing came up again, it might be a good time, Ian, for you to show that watch again.
Oh yeah, sure.
And just give the viewers an idea of what that disc of osmium is worth approximately.
Whoa! So I would say that's a Sparkle 4. So that is about a 1-inch diameter disc, Sparkle 4. So I'm guessing you got about $7,000 or $8,000 of osmium for that disc.
So for someone that had a lot of money, you could just stack discs like that in preparation for jewelers or.
Oh yeah, you could stack watch faces, yeah. And then when osmium's 10 times the price, there'll still be a demand for those pieces for making watches, because by the nature of watches, it's man's fascination, isn't it, to buy expensive watches.
Well, they actually have an index for Rolex. So if they have an index for specific watches, there's obviously the time created to make that index. It's obviously an up and down industry for which actually the osmium would fit in perfectly with for the watches, for Rolex high-end watches at that.
And the difference is that there may be a few hundred osmium watches. I mean, what is there? 1 million Rolexes? 2 million? 10 million? I don't know. There's a lot of them. Every town, every city in the world almost has a Rolex dealer selling. They're not scarce, are they?
No, but a Rolex with crystallized osmium would be a true Rolex.
I don't know. Maybe
very, very scarce.
I mean, I'm talking out my field. I don't know anything about Rolexes, but I think it would be, in a way, it would be a shame. I like it. I mean, this is made by Un. You can probably see, if I tilt it right, you can just about see the Un on the face there.
Yep.
This is a new Swiss company. To me, that's way more valuable than any Rolex is ever going to be. It's a brand new Swiss company, and they chose to use osmium for their watch face. And very simple, very beautiful watch, beautifully made. There's only going to be a handful of them ever. So, yeah, I think that application, looking at how the watch market performs, especially the more expensive they are, the more exclusive they are, the more their price performance is stable and predictable.
My plan is to approach Bentley and come up with a design for something on their dash around the clock face or something.
So I think Maserati were thinking about having a continuous band across their highest sports car.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, actually.
Or Bugatti or any of these, $1 million cars. I mean,
yeah. Well, you could have a $20,000 key fobs, couldn't you, with the osmium?
There you go. You could have the carbon fiber car, which is the most expensive. They add osmium to it, and
You have a good one, Paul K.
So Tuli's asking, can you adhere a 4 mil square to the top of, let's say, to the top of a 6 square, or must it be mounted? Ooh.
Why would you cover osmium with osmium?
I was going to say that would, you'd be wasting
back
a lot
to
of
back, maybe back to back.
Well, unless you cut out a square and make it, maybe made the square off center, so they were make it look like they're spinning a little bit, so you can cut out that square and just turn it.
There's no reason why you couldn't bond osmium to osmium. But no, I agree that it would be a waste to put glue on top of the face of a piece. But if you wanted to do that stacking effect, you could get some pieces cut to do that, I'm sure.
Cut the space away for the square that she's talking about, and that way you don't put osmium on top of osmium. That's maybe how I'm misinterpreting that, or I think, Ian, you took it the same way I did.
Yeah.
Well, I could see doing them back to back, since most of them are a flat surface and non-reflective. I could see putting two back to back at a different size, and then run like gold or something around it to help, like for some sort of a spinning, necklace. I mean, that's what I thought instantly.
You could actually make a cube pendant, and that bounces around in your chest and moves around. You'll catch all 4 sides, actually 5 sides if you count the bottom of it. That will constantly reflect in any direction that cube is moving on your body as you're walking.
What was that? I'm sorry. I was reading some of the chat trying to catch up. I missed one of Tully's questions.
I know she had 2 questions.
I see. Okay, so I scrolled way back here, and I see a question from Tuli saying, Ian, what would be the millimeter size of the round bar equivalent to the 4 millimeter?
So the standard pieces on the squares are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 millimeter. And the standard circles are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. So, I mean, you could work out the surface area if you talk about area equivalent, but they're in millimeter step graduations.
And here's another question that she had, I believe. And I think the great thing about this is if you use an adhesive, you could easily reverse the effect of the adhesive, whether it be through heat, steam, or another chemical.
It would depend. It would depend. I mean, some epoxies you would probably never be able to easily release the piece with certain epoxy glues. So I think if you wanted to remove it in the future, you'd want to use the heat sensitive one.
Good night, Jay. Yeah, and that's actually sounds like a good deal because again, with jewelry, when do you anticipate wearing a piece of jewelry and getting close to 600 degrees Fahrenheit? Because I think that body part would burn off before the osmium came off the jewelry. You know, so it's not a concern of a thing that you'd wear. And now, in a house fire, you could easily get a temperature higher than that in different areas of the house, but that would only remove the crystallized osmium from the gem or the piece that it's inset in. It would not melt or gasify the osmium. That temperature is like 9,000 degrees.
No, at 400 centigrade, you're going to start getting some oxidization.
Oh, okay. So it will start. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like any reaction. Most reactions are speeded up with heat.
So. Yeah. Well, once the oxidation starts, it's pretty much over with for the piece. Then at that point in time,
I don't know what experiments they've done.
Okay.
But they just recommend do not heat it over 400 centigrade.
Okay. Well, again, that's close to like 700 degrees, 670 something degrees. It's more than the human would ever experience in their lifetime and still have a life to call in the time. So I don't think that we'd have that issue. And at that degree, I think precious metals would melt anyhow. So if you had it in any jewelry, it would melt. The jewelry would be melted anyhow.
Yeah, I agree with blistering barnacle. That gold domino is pretty well captivating, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm glad Jay kept it up.
So hopefully we'll have our silver dice made in about 6-7 days. And
I can't wait to get a picture of that to use as.
And then I'm looking forward to getting them gold plated. So we'll do gold dice as well. Yeah.
Excellent. And I think that'll look as good as the domino. A dice, gold dice, and domino.
I think so because it's 3-dimensional, isn't it?
It's everything. Yeah,
I've got it up there. It's up there as my vision board. If you're familiar with a vision board.
Yeah, you see it, you want it, you make it happen.
Yeah,
manifest it.
Exactly. Yep. And what would those be? Those would be 3mm rounds in there.
Yeah, so we got a 1.5 ounce dice, which is just under 3/4 of an inch cube. But my friend Ryan is also making a 5 ounce dice and a 10 ounce dice.
Oh, okay, cool.
So the 5 ounce one would take the 4mm, and the 10 ounce would take the 5. But now you're talking into a lot of money for 21 5mm round.
Oh yeah. That's.
But having said that, I think there's a market out there, that people.
Oh, easily. There's, believe it or not. I mean, I heard a statistic. Was it like one year, about 5 or 6 years ago, America made like 10 million millionaires in 1 year when the economy is good, however long ago that was. So people definitely have money. People are still buying Lamborghinis, and I'm seeing a lot of mega lots get burnt down for insurance purposes, but people are still buying mega lots. Yep. Money is still out there being spent and commodities purchased.
So, Ian, how would you would have to register each one of those dots individually, correct? Or is that would they take a screenshot of that whole dice and register?
Yeah, that's the plan. So to photograph the dice and have a map, a record of which pieces were on the die. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a plan to make a whole dice set, or they just plan on making that dice there in the picture and just making all the same, or are they trying to make a set of them so that somebody can actually?
There is a set. That's one domino. There is a whole set. That's the most expensive domino set in the world.
How many numbered domino set does it go up to?
However, there isn't a set of dominoes. Is it 20 something? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the ones we play Mexican dominoes, and ours we play up to 15, but there's no way in the world you can get that many pieces of osmium at 15 in there, because those dots are like pretty small.
Yeah.
So I know they come in different number count sets. I don't know what they are. I just know we play with a 15.
Hey, here we go.
Yeah, it should say a number count on that. That looks like a 15.
That's double 9s, and this one's here is even bigger. This is like double 16s or something like that. Hold on.
That should be
so the traditional goes up to.
And this is double 9s.
Double
6s I don't have.
It's a traditional set.
Yeah, I don't have the double 6s. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I'm a big Domino's fan, obviously.
Yeah, we will have the dice to sell pretty soon, and we'll also sell them blank, because my idea is then people could insert. You could put gold discs in. You could put onyx in, ruby. You could make your own custom dice with different gemstones in it as well. So
own it.
I think we should start with 1 ounce gold bars and then put them in.
So
expensive or
there
black
was
better.
I don't know if you were here when we were talking about the Panther bar. So there was a German company made what they called it a Panther bar. So it was a 1/4 ounce gold bar with I think it was a 3 or 4 milliosmium disc. They sold those for around $1,800, and they made 500 and sold them all.
Mm-hmm.
So they're making a pretty good markup on the raw material price.
Hold on a second here.
Have they made dice yet? Nicholas bringing up a good idea of playing crafts with dice.
We've just had a batch made of 1.5 ounce silver dice ready to accept the osmium.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you guys are moving right along on your designs and coming out with new products. So that's exciting for us, because we can always present something new to whatever level buyer that we come across.
Sure. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Have you? Neil's found the Panther bar, have you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I missed that part. I was away for about 5 minutes.
Here it is right here.
There's the 1/4 ounce gold Panther bar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I heard that in the background.
Yeah.
Hey, Neil, if you can put that the YouTube tab on full screen.
Okay.
Down in the bottom right-hand corner there, too.
Was that it?
What was the weight of that gold again?
1/4 ounce.
That's a 1/4 ounce with what, a 3 mil in there?
That looks like a 3, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even if it's a 4, they've made a good profit on 500 of those.
Yeah, it was limited edition.
Yeah.
And
so
they already made these and sold them already, so they're out?
Uh-huh.
I managed to buy the last 2.
Hey, Neil, go full screen on the actual YouTube video.
On the little box on the right bottom corner.
Hold on.
Yep, you got it.
That right there?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Beautiful.
That is cool.
So, yeah, that is luxury gold.
Mm-hmm.
So
see, they've already opened up the market to the upper scale income people with doing things like this. So when we introduce the crystallized osmium to the normal everyday person,
yeah,
I mean,
it has a luxury presence already. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, the people that bought these, you think they're making a necklace out of them and wearing them?
I think basically it's savvy investors. This company, they're now going to do this is a Panther, so it's got a Panther. Here we go.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, perfect.
So the next one is an Eagle one, which I think will be a huge hit in the US. And that's, I presume they're all numbered as well.
Oh, it has the osmium number in the gold.
No, I think it's just a number of the bar, 1 to 500, I presume.
Yeah, I don't think you can spin it back and look, but that would be another fantastic idea if you actually had the osmium number on the bar itself that represents it.
That would be badass.
Yeah, each one is individually numbered, so that would be tied to that. That osmium would be tied to that bar. And
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yeah,
In fact, the osmium would own the bar, if I understand it correctly.
Exactly.
The bar would be the osmium's biatch.
Yeah.
Carriage.
Wow. How soon do you think you'll see the dice in North America, Ian?
So there is 15 of the dice ready to receive the osmium will be shipped to me tomorrow. So we will have them here Wednesday, Thursday. I'm hoping the osmium will arrive Friday or a week Monday.
So the plan for those is, obviously you're going to have multiple pieces of osmium on the die. So it'll be registered as one die and with that one number.
Yep. So there'll be 21 3mm sparkle free is going to be the first one.
Are those pre-ordered by people or those coming in sale?
I've traded with the Osmium Institute. I'm giving them 12 of the blank dice, and they're letting me have the osmium very kindly. But I have to take the dice for the opening for them to film and showcase.
Yeah.
They're only making 15 of them. Or their first run is
no. I can make as many as I want. Yeah. There's no limit to how many I can make. I'm hoping it will just be a continual product line that we'll have in stock, ready for shipping and in the store. Although it's going to be pricey, I think
So you have a price point on that yet or not yet?
I think it will depend on the sparkle grade. So that will be an option. People can order it with a sparkle 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, and that will dramatically change the price. So I just don't hold me to this, but ballpark, you're looking 1,000 to 3,000 will be the range. And then looking at that domino on the screen there, I'm going to have to get some of these gold plated. So we'll do the gold dice, a nice heavy gold plate on the silver.
You could just take a silver bar and anodize it. That's not hard. I used to do
that. I think having the gold is, I think, with the osmium.
Well, I concur. Just go out and just get a Hagar bar and put some osmium on it. Get up after it.
Yeah.
Just put that line across it and make or Tuli does her own pours. I don't know if she does gold or not, but if she could pour bars and do the osmium, that might be another avenue for her.
I think
bringing creativity to the table. Something for her to do.
Yeah, I think Space Miner is going to get the dies for his round rejigged so they can be made with the recess stamped, ready for the osmium.
Yeah, already, so people don't have to. Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping I get one of those rounds. I think that's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. I know, it's just awesome what Space Miner's done there. Yeah.
That's why I think my next order will be the 3mm rounds.
Yeah. I'll be chatting with you, Ian, tomorrow. I'm sure I'll be placing an order tomorrow of some magnitude. I just don't know how big yet.
I tell you what, man. I gave up platinum to buy this stuff. Right?
Oh, man.
I could have got a lot more platinum. I'll say that.
Yeah, but this way you'll end up with a lot more platinum.
And that's the thing right there. The bottom line. Yeah. This is the avenue to get you really where you want to go, back to the stacking community and all of our fucking talk and thoughts on why we stack. Yeah. This is the ultimate of ways to get you to that destination faster than the other precious metals. It is. Wow.
Is Long Live Coin still in chat?
Yeah, he's here. He just threw out an LOL smiley face to Welshco Services.
Yeah, I can't see the chat from where I'm at. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I won't tell him what you're saying about him or what they're saying about you then. Well, they're being nice and cordial.
Instead do him over the phone, so it's all good. He's a good man. I'm glad he's tied in with you, Ian. I think long live Coins. He's a nice man.
He's a great guy. Came all the way up from Denver, made a road trip up to come and visit. So he came looking for silver and left with osmium.
He sees the same thing the rest of us do. Actually, he and I see things more similar than the rest of us do, because we actually have you back on our live streams to push the information out to people. I'd like to see more people do that to get the information out, because the sooner more people know about this, price goes up. Those of us that are already in, it's going to be one of those conditions. I'd rather be a day early than a second late.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate for that saying, and if we're and we get the privilege of starting to squeeze.
Yeah.
We little people, not the big boys, we get to squeeze this market by sales. If we can get the sales up, we squeeze the market. Everyone knows what happens, because we're all precious metals people. When you squeeze the market, price.
Yeah. Well,
and we get to do the squeeze, so we can control how much we get to stack, and then boom.
Yeah. And it's got the potential. I mean, already for us, we're becoming a jeweler. Now, I never set out to be a jeweler.
Oh my God, I'm an iron worker, man. Do you think?
Yeah, I'm a construction guy. Concrete, roofing, plastering, sheetrock, you name it. I start a bullion business in 2020. I discover osmium in 2022.
Now you're becoming a
jeweler. Now I'm making high-end jewelry.
Who'd have thought? But that's how the world.
But I can sell it in all good conscience, knowing that the person who's buying it is getting a core value that is going to exceed the purchase price in purchasing power in a short period of time. I've talked to friends who've bought diamonds 40 years ago,
and they haven't
get their dollars back now, if they're lucky, after 40 years.
Yep.
So they were told some bullshit by their jeweler. You buy this 4,000 ring, it'll always be, bullshit.
Yeah.
40 years later, they get the same $4,000 back.
Well, it seems to me that osmium is going to have the capability of retaining its value, whereas diamonds, where they're mined,
increasing.
And there's diamonds, and there's fake diamonds, and there's processed diamonds.
Yeah. The manufacturing of diamonds now is about $10 for a quarter carat diamond. Diamonds are cheaper than Swarovski crystal now, wholesale.
Yeah.
Times are changing.
Yeah. And they're manufactured from the fifth most common element, which we're never going to run out of. In fact, we've been told we've got to sequester it. We've got to lock it up. Mm-hmm. They'll probably be paying people to make diamonds soon.
Yep.
To lock up the carbon. Whereas osmium, similar process to making diamonds, but made from the rarest non-radioactive element.
Did we ever answer both of Tuli's questions?
Yes.
I didn't see the chat, so I didn't know if I saw both of them or not. So Ian, are you off just 1 day a week on Sundays? Are you at the shop?
No, I'm in I don't normally go to the store on a Sunday, but I'm available. I have a lot of clients who only have spare time on the weekend. So, we do. So, often it seems to work out. It seems to get the most complicated, high-value transactions when it's hardest to get hold of the wholesalers. So I'm available almost all of the time.
Gotcha. The best way to reach you is through the number to call you at the shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my mobile.
Oh, is your shop number the same as your mobile?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Okay.
That's customer service.
Well, this is my permanent rest of my lifetime business, so I'm giving it my best shot.
So if we decide I'm going to speak for if I decide to jump into this, would I need to go through the interview process the same as Neil and LLC?
Oh, to become a rep and sell it?
Yeah. exactly.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind being this. I wouldn't mind being the Southern California hub, kind of like what you're doing.
yeah,
Here, so that we could, you know.
yeah. So I mean, part of it is a face-to-face interview. That's part of the requirements. So that can be done either when Ingo or Scarlett are in the US, or with myself, or with their rep in California, Mike Kushner, has been with the company for a long time.
Oh, no. I want to go out to Wyoming. I've never been there, so it'll check out my.
That was nice. What's up, Zardo?
Yeah. So there's several ways you can do it. You can either you could become a rep for us to start with, or but we can.
What about an ambassador?
Yeah, that's not technically on their list of terms.
Titles.
Just answering that question because I know Julie asked that question earlier. So, what would that take time with the company before they would put that move on? Would be my guess.
Sorry, can you say that again?
You can't just automatically become an ambassador applying for the company. You would probably have to start in being a representative, learning the product, learning the people, and then moving your way up to an ambassador. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's levels of commission depending on how you're doing it. If you're turning it into a business and you're really going for it and pursuing it, and you're buying, you move up a commission scale with the more sales you've made.
That way you just put up. Don't make. Julie, I was not making fun of you at all. That was not my intention. That question. I was just curious what it would take to become an ambassador.
Interesting term, ambassador, though, isn't it? Because the actual, if you look at the actual definition of the ambassador has to represent a government typically.
Yep.
They don't have to agree or believe in it in the slightest, but they have to represent their government's opinion. So it's a technical word of ambassadors. So, but we use it in the way, to represent and promote for sure.
Do you have an ETA when the reps from Germany will be in Wyoming?
So if you wanted to move up in the food chain, as it were, you'd be welcome to come and visit me, because we have the State Institute of Idaho and Wyoming. So we are a State Institute partners, so we can do that on behalf of the Osmium Institute.
So be in either Idaho or Wyoming?
Yeah, I mean, we live in Idaho, but we're only 35 minutes from the store. We're on the border. So
gotcha. My best friend was in Idaho, so I was just there last month. So
yeah,
in Idaho, I've never been to Wyoming. So if I'm going to go out there, I'm going to go make it a couple-day trip and go.
Yeah, Jackson pretty well borders set on the southeast of Idaho. If you look on the map.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So no, if we get on and I like you and I think you're honorable and have integrity and good intentions, we can move forward.
There you go.
It is, in a way, it is like a marriage proposal. That's an unusual analogy, but they've got a product that is exceptional and unique, and they want it well represented and pursuit of excellence in how it's done.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, when I had my dealership, my motto at my dealership was I wouldn't put your family in a car. I wouldn't put my own family in. And it's a bullion business I've been doing for the last year. Anybody's not happy at any time or any place, no matter what the reason, there's no question to ask. There's the money, which thankfully, knock on wood, that's never happened. Just like you, like I said, if you're not happy with it, it's smiling coming out and smiling coming back in because that gives me more inventory to sell. Is all I look at. That's how I look at it. So
yeah. I'll see a question there from now. I've been saying Tuli. It's Tully, is it?
Tuli.
It is Tuli.
How I understand.
Do I need to be a representative to sell? Not at all. There is no restrictions. You can, like Long Live Coins, put some up on an auction. No, you're welcome to sell away, Tuli.
Nice.
There is, once you have bought it, it's your personal possession. You completely, there's no restrictions. Now, if you start doing something outrageous or obscene or obnoxious or misrepresenting it, you might scupper your chances of purchasing it in the future for sure. But if you act with integrity and honesty and, promote it, not, if I said it's going to go to 10 times its value within 7 months, that would be, I have no foundations for that. I've got no logic, no mathematics, no, that would be an unreasonable representation of the product.
I agree. And really,
Ingo Wolf is very cautious. He calls it a long-term tangible asset. I will go a little bit further. This is a medium-term tangible asset, as in, I think it's going to perform really well in the medium term.
2 to 5 years. That's my call.
Yeah. That's my instinct.
So I see osmium. My goal and intent to do when I retired was just basically build, generational wealth and to try and earn money so when my girls are ready to go buy a house, that I can help them with that. So it seems to me that doing the gold and silver is a slow way to do it. Maybe flipping switches and doing osmium.
I think the combination, offering them both, gives you an edge over the bulk of the competition. It gives you a USP, even if people never really buy much. A particular person buys predominantly silver and gold. To offer the eighth and final precious metal, it sets you aside.
Yeah.
And really, with the sales experience that I have, frequently sales managers would actually tell us to moderate people's expectations, under promise, over deliver,
overperform.
Yeah. And I like that motto, because then you've got customers that are happy, as opposed to, if it's oversold, then you can end up with negative feedback.
For sure.
Yeah, when I had my dealership, I was a 5-star for 17 years, and that's not easy to do in my business. Trust me. So
no,
somebody wasn't happy with the car, I took it back. I never argued with them. I never said, if you're not happy, you're not happy. If I don't have what you need, then
Well, and that's what that industry needs too, right? Like the auto industry.
Yeah, it's a. I opened my store just for that reason. I watched how these dealers. I watched people walk out of the dealerships I used to be a mechanic at, just crying. Yeah, when I decided I was going to jump in, I said I would never let a customer leave my dealership unhappy. So, for whatever that's worth, that's how I ran my business, and it's you have to have integrity and morals to be an honest businessman and to be fair. I didn't get rich over it. Don't get me wrong, but it's comfortable. And so I'm able to jump into this. And with the knowledge I have from being in business for 17, 18 years, I can bring to the table here.
And it's tough to keep everybody happy. There's some really, really tough customers out there too.
Oh, I've had customers that no matter what you did, you could refund them money and give an extra $100, and they still walk right mad at you. I mean, there are things that you just cannot make happy. So when I jumped down from a 5 to a 4, I forget what it was, 4.7 or something, I was upset because I don't want anybody being upset. But inevitably, there's just some people that go through life miserable, and no matter what you do, you can't make it.
Yeah, for every bad business, there's probably 10 or 20 bad customers.
Pretty much. Pretty much. They're like there's always going to be those kind of people. In anything that you do, there's always going to be that person.
Yep. Well, you've answered probably most of my questions. I just have to, I'll pick your brain tomorrow on some specific things, but
sure,
I'll leave that to the business side of it.
Again, guys, this is a great opportunity. Never before, never again to be offered. Count your blessings that we were lucky enough to be in the PM business, to run across Ian when he was lucky enough to run across the opportunity he's bringing to all of us. That's all I can say about that. And that is what it is, opportunity. He's offering opportunity. The more you individually dig into this stuff, you will find out what type of opportunity. And you can do research from any aspect of it. And there's nothing but opportunity. and it's very limited, and then it's going to be gone, which actually offers more opportunity if you're already in it.
Yeah, and I was just thinking as you were talking there, Neil. At some point, they will limit. There will be, okay, we are selling way more than we can produce. They will not be seeking more representatives. There will
Yeah.
be, so they will. Not only will there be a thin out in the product availability, there will be, okay, there isn't room for more people to act officially selling this. So there is a finite, because this is not a franchise. There is no requirement to spend anything to start selling this. I mean, the more you buy yourself and then start selling, that helps. But the only requirement is that you study, learn it, and represent it well. So to my mind, it's way better value than purchasing a franchise.
Yeah, franchisees have to pay advertising costs.
Exactly.
The
Pay
percentage
an
of the
upfront cost quite often. They have to overpay for the product quite often. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
I see it as stumbling across one of the greatest things that I've ever stumbled across in my life, and I'm thankful I stumbled across it.
That's exactly what I felt the first time I saw it.
Yeah. Life is a big place to be walking around, and to kick the stone that has this underneath it's a 1 in a billion.
Yeah, I mean, at the New Orleans conference where I first met them, there was, I don't know, 1,000 people went through that conference. Why didn't one of those business people, one of those multimillionaires, see it and grab hold of it? I don't know.
Yep. And that's why I kicked myself from the first time that I interviewed you at the Silver Symposium to the first time I interviewed you after Long Live Coins did, because I had to watch him interviewing you before it all clicked into me.
Right.
And what you just mentioned was those people didn't see you. They didn't spend the time to do anything, so they didn't even get the time to have it come back and click on them what you were offering. So they walked right by something that luckily I didn't walk by. Unluckily, I didn't see instantaneously, but I was kind of starstruck because I was there for one purpose. It was to meet Travis because I'd been his mod and I'd never met him. And, so I had little blinders on, which I accuse people of all the time. I actually am guilty of as well. I still sometimes have blinders on, and I missed that opportunity, having to come back around round 2 and jump right on it. But there was a round 2, and I did jump right back on it.
Well, thank you for making the space here, Neil.
I've always, since I started this YouTube stuff, I never once accepted any money for saying buy silver or platinum. I only did that because I found it to be the best way to get through people psychologically, to get them to look into it, to see if they wanted to purchase it for themselves. And I knew it was a long game. And I've been doing it for over 2 years before it started paying off, and not paying off for me.
Yeah.
I haven't made a penny off of it. But when I see people in chats saying, hey, Neil, I bought an ounce of platinum. Okay, first off, I don't know who they are. And okay, they bought an ounce. That's not how I look at it. I'm like, cool. What I've been doing that people think I'm crazy for by just saying the saying buy silver or platinum has actually benefited someone's life, because now they have something that's undervalued that will greatly increase the value and hopefully save them a little bit financially in the future over not having it. I see the same opportunity 10-fold, 20-fold, 100-fold in this osmium into getting it out into people's hands. So I've kind of been singing the song of getting it into people's hands, and I don't care about making money off it. My money's off of my money coming from this right here. I got mine. I don't need someone else to give it to me. I'll get my own. I just want everyone else to come and enjoy the benefits of the things that I see and notice. And I noticed that platinum was one heck of a deal, and still is. And I would push it harder, but crystallized osmium came by, and it needs to be pushed. So, because I see a greater, I can hop back on platinum. It's going to be a while before it's twice the price of gold where it belongs. This will probably be gone before that, and this will gain me a lot of capital to get more of that platinum.
Hey, you might even buy a platinum mine.
I'd like to. Canada's not bad around Thunder Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows what the future holds? You know,
And if you know you've got a platinum mine, you know what else is probably
You might be getting some osmium. Yeah.
they're exactly right. You know, exactly right. Along with yeah, yeah. No, it's a PGM. You got. I mean, I like the PGMs. It's platinum group metals, and crystallized osmium is a platinum group metal.
Yeah, maybe after Canada gets rid of Trudeau, maybe I might think about doing that, Neil.
You know, there's a lot of opportunity going to be happening in Canada as soon as they wake up.
Yeah.
You know, I
Sure.
do a lot of programs on my show about Africa, showing the opportunities there. I don't do that for Canada because I don't want Canada to feel like a third world company coming out of a cesspit, but they pretty much are. Sorry.
right now. One of the challenges with mining in Canada is actually the indigenous people saying you can't mine on our land.
Yeah.
And there's been some major investments that have been made by major
Good for them.
corporations that you know, and the indigenous are getting the power. Like
They're winning court. Good
they're
for them.
blocking it. Yep.
And
Which
there's
means-
so many other techniques that you can do that are non-invasive to their land.
Except it costs a lot more. I mean, they were talking Mexico
Yeah.
on banning open pit mining.
Well,
if they do that in Mexico, silver's $50.
Yeah,
Just because of that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People. Yeah. Silver.
Silver being a surface or near surface deposit.
Yeah. Now you're going to subterranean, and you're talking 50 plus for subterranean.
Well, you can't, can you? Because you're not going deep. You're not going to have a roof over your head to mine it. Silver. It's a near surface or surface deposit.
Well, they do have deposits deeper in the nickel deposits that they found, and
Sudbury and Northern Ontario.
There's a couple of deposits of some real rich silver been found, of course, always as a secondary metal in the mining of other metals, and depending on these other metals that the silver is found with is the depth. A majority of the stuff comes from surface mining and from
it's an epithermal
with
metal.
copper, actually.
It's a surface or near surface deposit.
Yeah. But they do.
But if they do go ahead with banning any open pit mining, that will cut off pretty well the world's largest producer of silver.
And that'll be a false increase in the price of silver, which would be kind of like what the Hunt brothers did, but more manufactured by
a whole nation,
by the governments rather than by a couple people. So it probably would work. And noticing that, you should obviously look at making financial moves.
Get a bit of silver
appropriately.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not making any financial advice or suggestions or anything, but and that's just why I do geopolitical, because geopolitical really does matter. You cannot chart what's going to happen in Mexico when they close that mine until a couple months after they've already closed it.
Yeah.
Okay. Opportunity lost. Now you're playing FOMO. You missed out on the move and you're running in after it. You know, you're not pre-swinging at the move. You're swinging late. You're watching charts. That's why geopolitical now is the best thing to look at if you're going to invest in that style of investing, or stick with platinum and crystallized osmium in jewelry. Those will be your actually best benefits as far as undervalued assets that you can hold in your hand that are tangible. You know.
Ian, you're in Idaho, correct?
Yeah, I live in Idaho, just over the border, but our store's in Wyoming.
Gotcha. And are you guys an hour? Are you guys mountain time? Hour ahead of us in California?
We're mountain time.
Yeah, they're an hour ahead of us.
Yeah, we're east Idaho. Yeah.
So it's almost 11 o'clock your time.
It is.
10:55.
I'm fading fast. I'm going to have to.
I'm looking at your face. I'm going. I know he's later than we are, so I don't want to. I mean, I love you stay on here and talk to us about this. Like I said, it helps all of us. You know,
I called him an hour and a half before my live, and I asked, I said, if you want, because I know we drain you every time you come on, and we pick you
No, I mean, just that idea you gave me, OC, about having the 1 to 5 sparkle in 4 mil squares in one box. Brilliant idea. Love it.
Yeah.
That's going to get put into practice. If the Osmium Institute won't do it, I'll do it. Yeah.
Well, it's just a general idea for all of us to help.
It's just brilliant because, you know, a lot of people who are serious about it, they'll spend $1,000 or whatever it costs to have the set of four in one box showing the different grades.
Absolutely. Then if you
it's
stop
a small, you know, for a businessman, entrepreneurial businessman, it's a nominal outlay to build a business that's going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah.
If you open an LLC, it's a tax write-off.
This is no different than back when. Here, I'll take us back a little. I remember the Kirby guys that used to come to our house and just show us how the Kirby vacuum cleaner worked.
Yeah.
They had to have a display vacuum to do that. So why would
they have to buy one? Yeah.
We need someone to show them what it is, what it looks like in person. Yeah. That's in the beginning when I first saw you on LLCs. I said, well, you know, I didn't understand it and didn't pay it much mind. Now that time has carried on, you've been on LLCs again, you've been on with Niels a few times, and now I'm able to chat with you on a live. I get more and more excited about it, and
yeah,
I'm having a hard time finding a reason not to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why I insisted on buying a ring and a pendant off the vice president's hand and neck. I just knew if I didn't, that might be my last chance to ever buy any. So yeah, it's
I can't understate how much it is the greatest investment we've been offered in the lifetime of commodity investing.
Yeah, and the creativity to get into a completely new field of jewelry is, you know, I wouldn't have considered it. I'm not going to go buy diamonds and gemstones and stuff, but this is a metal.
Yeah,
and I think for the masculine, for the male market, is just huge.
Yeah, and that's where they've been missing quite a bit of ever since. Yeah. And this goes into a longer term thinking as well. When you hear the saying, good times breed weak men bring hard times breed weak men. Well, thought processes of people change during those times as well. And this thought process it's time for it to kick back in. So those at the beginning of this thought process is going to benefit the most, because we're going to be breeding hard men, because we're strong men, because we're in hard times.
Gotcha. Well, I'm going to say thank you, Ian, for coming on.
Again. Yeah.
And putting just getting this locking it down in a more solid way for us to process what's going on and finding out if this is an avenue for more of us to join in together and do something. Or it might just turn into individual stuff. Who knows? But
it's a great filter of collecting like-minded people, for sure.
I would just like I said, my whole thing of coming on and even doing this was that if we can get a buying group to where all of us can get together and say, okay, between all of us, we want an ounce of osmium, and then if the power of buying in groups does that, it gets shipped each individual us. We're just helping each other out, buy it at a lower cost premium, so that our profit margin will be greater.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and like I said, I was in the automotive business. Our rule of thumb is the day that you make your money is the day you buy the car. You know how much it will sell for. You know what it's going to take to fix it to make it safe for somebody else. So I see that this is no different. If we can buy at a lower price point and increase our profit margin, that would make sense. Hence, buying group and get the quality people, and everybody that's been on here so far has been, especially you, JM. You pull up all the displays. I'm not very computer literate. So the people that had that advantage over me in your talent is doing that. So pass me in that aspect.
Yep. I like teamwork, and I think so far I'm a volunteer advocate. Different word than ambassador.
He's subscribed. He's been subscribed to help me.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea too. I wish I was able to participate more, but I'm learning. This is a great way to learn. So yeah, my pleasure.
You were serving your role in this group, brother.
Yep. And if you want to barter some of your gold and silver to Ian to get some osmium, I'm sure he'll work with you.
You know what?
We can do
I
that.
know lots of really wealthy people, and it's just a matter of who I want to go to first.
Yeah, do be careful with that one too.
That's right. So, like, it won't be me, but yeah, I'll bring some people to Ian. Let's put it that way.
Don't bring too many till we need to make the money off of it. Don't bring in 2 millionaires.
But you know what? It would be that angle is going to be more the stacking element, I think, than the smaller
See,
ones. But
Ian,
Yeah.
these conversations make me wish I had more money to buy more of the stuff, because every time I talk to you, there's less stuff for me to buy.
Well, we don't get the price jump till
Price jump is irrelevant.
9th
if
of May.
If that dog walker who walks them $1 million people's dogs mentions to the wrong millionaire about this stuff, we're all out of luck. They'll be like, "Oh, I'll take $5 million worth." You'll be like, "Sorry, guys, they're sold out."
I was thinking, people like Kevin O'Leary, who I don't know, but I do know wealthy people like that. He has a fascination with collecting watches.
Oh, wow.
If you're familiar with Kevin O'Leary,
Oh, yeah.
He's on that what's that?
Shark Tank.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've actually seen him do several videos where he talks all about his collectible watches and his watch collection, and he's a huge fan.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if he's caught a whiff of it yet, but I suspect even if just he did, he'd be all over it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You talk to the wrong person, we're all out of luck. They're going to buy it.
There's one brand. I think it's Ulysses Nardine. They did 18 watches. I think they started off at $180,000. They're now selling for $440,000.
Mm-hmm. Put it in jewelry form.
So,
Interesting. Ian, go to bed. You look tired.
yeah,
my friend.
good idea.
Please
Thanks,
do.
Neil. Thanks for
Take care,
listening,
man.
Diane.
Thank you very much. Have a great
Tui, everybody who's still here.
Thanks, Ian. Have a good night.
We
Thank
did
you, thank
4 hours, 6 minutes, and 25 seconds. Good night.
Good night, my friend.
All right, Neil.
Wow, he was tired. Good eyeball.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Get out of my Girl Scout cookies.
I can't believe you're eating those in front of us.
Oh, come on, man. You should have been here last week when I had the chocolate cake, or the week before that when I ate the cheesecake. This is nothing. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this off. For those people who want to hang out and go backstage, come up to oh, there we go. Nope. Device not, hold on. What is this? Device not connected. How do I get rid of?
Is that Ian?
Yeah.
Okay, so he just shut his computer off. He didn't.
Yeah.
leave the
Yeah.
studio?
Kick him from studio?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you could tell by the way he shut it. I was going to have issues with that.
Yeah.
It's all good. Anyone who wants to come in the backstage and have a chit chat,
Is Long Live still on? I'd love to chat with him real quick.
it would be nice if he would hop up here. He knows he doesn't have to show his face. I know you people are shy about showing your faces.
No.
You don't have to show your face. You can do some sort of sorry about that. Some sort of like what JM's doing, or here what I'll do. Let's see here.
I just get a piece of paper with my camera, so that's all I
Good
do.
to see. Yep, I do the exact same thing.
I'm sure I can come up with something. I'm just not. I'm not creative on a computer. I'm not that. It's one of my weaknesses.
It's all good. It's technology's moved so fast, so quick. If you don't really keep up with it, you can get behind. But I think it's kind of like riding a bike too. If you really focus,
once you start
on
learning,
you will.
Yeah, once you learn, you learn.
Yeah, does everybody know in the chat that up on top there in the blue is the you guys can click on that to come up?
Yeah, coming to backstage.
Yeah.
I've got it pinned for anyone who, again, anyone wants to come backstage, chit chat about the group.
I just text Long Live. I think he's an hour ahead of us, so I think he's Mountain Time as well.
Yeah, he is. He's the same time as Ian.
Yeah.
I just posted the link as well in the chat, so you guys will see it scrolling on up. It's the exact same link.
Awesome.
So, anyhow, I think this is a great opportunity. I can't say it enough. You guys know I feel that way by what the hell I've been doing and saying, obviously.
So, are you actually thinking about getting into like jewelry making, like the video you were showing at the very beginning of this?
Doing what now, Jam? Making what?
Jewelry, like we saw at the very beginning.
I plan on Well, I mean, I'd love to be able to do something like that. Yeah. And yeah, I plan on doing something like that, but not that cool because it's me doing it. So I don't anticipate as much as what they showed.
Start out a little bit simpler.
You are so kind.
But what Space Miner did there was fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt.
Fantastic.
Yeah. It's creativity. And that's the greatness of this product at this time in this place. You know, there's a lot of never been done's with this. There's a lot of firsts to be done. There's a lot of monies when you do firsts, you know?
Hey, Neil, let me know when we go off live because I do have a kind of an awesome idea about that thing I suggested to Ian that I might propose to him tomorrow on our behalf, but I want to run it by you and if LLC or anybody else jumps up. I
would very much love for a couple people to come up here to the backstage, whoever wants to come to the backstage, because I'm fixing to end this and it'll be backstage only.
Yep. Click on that StreamYard. You can be the next contestant on The Wizard of Osmium.
The Wizard of Osmium. And, you know, Ian even told me, I told him about that and we were laughing. He's like, I could see you holding up a 1 ounce osmium round, shooting rays from the osmium round to kill the Wicked Witch at the end. I was like, Ian, you're really taking this to the next level, bro. Right on. I love it. So he's on board with it. He loves the name.
Yeah. I want to get a business card. I want to get a business card made with the QR code on it that takes people straight to the Osmium site that shows them what can be made and what the product's about and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Just as a nice handout, just to say, hey, this is I can talk to you about it, but if you want to sit at home and do your own research and learn about it, my number's on the other side, and contact me if you want more information or whatever. I mean,
yeah,
I've got all kinds of ideas for this thing. Like I said, the more we sit here and chat, the more I come up with more ideas.
And everything's a first for this. And no, it's not, but yes, it is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's been done before, but in this in particular instance, it'll be a first all over again. That's the opportunity that I see in this stuff. That's why I want everyone, because everyone's right now is the time for you're coming up with these great ideas. I'm coming up. JM's coming up with. Everyone's coming up with these ideas because it's a first, and I want everybody's idea. I want to get as many people in here because I think we will all be better served spiritually and every other way by helping others get to the top as we go.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate of me wanting to do this. I mean, I could totally do this without concern for anyone. I could be like a normal greedy person and blah, 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 blah. You know, who the hell cares about that? That's easy. You know, that's why people make money doing it. It's easy. Doing it the right way is a little bit harder because you got to find the right people. And what I found about this Osmium Institute, this dude, the way it seems like it's happened for me is they're looking for specific people.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know for sure, but this is just what I'm seeing, you know, and I could have bad vision. There's a lot of things that could be happening. I could be seeing it wrong, whatever. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. And it seems like they want people because I could see a pathway where they could just crank this over to just the ultra mega wealthy.
Well,
and have
they
no
really
problem
want to push it.
emptying out their inventory.
They could approach Tiffany's. They could approach
Exactly.
that other one, Cordier or whatever that other.
Yeah, Cartier.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there's lots of ways where if I was a greedy business executive, I would have easily gone in several different directions.
What I
been
like
done
is
with
that
it, you know.
I could be the representative for Osmium and go to Louis Vuitton and say, hey, let's put some of this on your high end purses. You know.
And what I want, and we need to get people backstage. Does anyone else want to join us backstage before we start our serious conversations? Because we're still in open chat here.
You know what you can do for fun, Neil?
What's up?
In a StreamYard, on the right, where it says brand.
You can come back here and type C4. Just come back to the panel.
If you click on that, I think there's
I bet to say hi to Steve before, by the way. I thought I saw he was in earlier.
Yeah, no, a lot of people. I see 7 more left. There's a couple more people. If you want to get in, you don't have to talk.
Yeah, you can just listen if you want to, but we just want obviously people that are moving forward on this program to.
And everyone excuse me, bad language. Remember, the community just got a new electric furnace that he purchased. He's increasing his business and moving forward with it. And this guy is like rocking the Casbah with what he's doing. I think everyone should at least check him out, man. The direction this guy's going in the limited time I've seen him, he's like a shooting star. He's taking what Nickel's doing to the next level, but specifying it. Nickel goes a lot larger range of products, but Chef Stacker is just nailing it to the wall with the product and the realm that he's going with the precious metals and how he's getting and making money off of precious metals. And that's why he put up his electric furnace videos just dropped, because that's part of his advancement in his journey with the precious metals market, and how he's showing us how he's profiting big time right now without even osmium. He's making money on this melting down the sterling silver and getting weighed silver, and he's showing how he's getting the deals and stuff. It's a real good channel.
Jeff he's a great guy. I've had the pleasure of meeting him in person several times, and we've gone out to lunch a couple times, and he's actually been over to the house. So we've got a pretty cool friendship, and we're helping each other doing this kind of stuff. And
we lost someone. We lost the ambassador, whoever the ambassador is.
That was probably Thule.
Oh, I was going to say I thought it might be Nickel.
Hold on, we lost someone else.
Yeah, we just lost.
C4.
C4 was in and jumped back out.
Guys, we're fixing to end the stream. I was just giving Chef Stacker props before I end the stream because, hey, I meant every word of what I said, Chef. I enjoy watching you become successful in the way you're going in the stacking community, and how you're showing everyone else that way is you're paving a path and showing it to people. Excellent. I love it, brother. But I'm gonna end the stream after OC. After OC says something, I'm gonna end the stream for a private back room.
I said Chef is just one of those people that talks the talk and walks the walk.
Oh, he does more than that. He shows you. That's what I like about him. Exactly. He shows you the walk as he's walking it.
He does care about the message that he's putting across. So, like I said, the person and getting to know him, it's been an absolute pleasure. So, I see nothing but good things in our future.
He's even told us what he's going to be doing next year, and I can almost guarantee it. He's going to do it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm keeping his number, because to know someone who owns a pawn shop is a good person to know, people.
Yeah, he's going to hook you up with some sterling too. That's another one.
And he doesn't own it yet, but I guarantee you he will.
Oh yeah, he absolutely will. I have no doubt.
So,
all right, let's end stream. Let's end stream.
Yeah, I'm going to end stream, people. We got everyone we need here.
Yeah.
Well, not that we need. Excuse me. That was badly phrased on my part. Everyone who was already here everyone's had the offer to come back here. I've got to end the stream now so we can get this conversation going. I appreciate every one of you all. Have a great evening and a great week. And how do you get backstage? JM posted the link. Here it is.
Click on the stream.
Nope, that's not it. I'm sorry.
I'll post it again.
Yeah.
And Neil's got it pinned at the top.
Yeah, I've got it pinned on the top on YouTube. I'm on the StreamYard link right now, so I'm not on that tab.
I just reposted it as well. Click on that.
Yeah, I'm going to.
The studio.
Chef, you have my phone number. If you just want to listen in and not go in the back room, you can just call me on my phone and you can listen in if you want to.
Yeah, more than welcome. Any way you guys feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, he's got my number.
Yeah.
Call me if he wants. Listen in. And if he's got something to say, I can hear him on my phone, so no problem.
Yep. And to anyone that's not coming up, have a great week, and we'll see you soon.
All right, you coming in, Christopher?
Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys.